Competition Law, Economics and Policy Conference, coming to you live from Johannesburg, South Africa. My name is Kali Rendorandenyeni, commonly known as Kali. Together with Ofense here.
Yes, my name hasn't changed since yesterday.
There we have it. And still quite dominant.
Lucky monopolist, but dominant nonetheless. Yeah.
There we go. And we're going to be your program directors for the day. I am so tempted to give a blow-by-blow account of what we witnessed, observed, had yesterday. But I've been fighting this temptation all night and all morning. But I didn't win in fighting it, so I am going to just give you 2 or 3 of my observations from the discussions that were shared yesterday. It was quite clear from the competition community that was presented here yesterday that the work that the competition authorities have done in the last 25 years has had some notable impact, either through achieving more competitive markets and inclusive markets, and as our minister, deputy minister, puts it very well, alleviating poverty through focusing on sectors that are crucial for the poorer communities. A number of calls were made yesterday, and one who has an ear has to hear this. Business made a call of evidence-based approach, critical to balancing and weighing that authorities must take. Authorities made a call of deliberate collaboration between other agencies and government ministries. Practitioners also made a call calling for efficiencies of the authorities, advocacy and better engagement. And obviously our regional partners also made a call for increased visibility. Like I said, I'd like to give you all a blow-by-blow account of what we had yesterday, but I understand that is not my responsibility for today. So for those of you who've missed any session of the conference from day number 1, our academic sessions, to yesterday when we were looking backwards and reflecting, I urge you to plug into our social media platforms by searching at CompSA, that is COMPSA, on YouTube. I was reminded to say X and not Twitter, Instagram and Facebook. You will find all snippets of what transpired yesterday.
I think when Kali was greeting everyone this morning, the one thing she forgot to say is Dumelang. And so I had to include everybody else. As she was speaking about giving a blow-by-blow account of what happened yesterday, I was reminded of something that I witnessed Derek Lotter doing when we were speaking about the competition authorities being under-resourced. And I saw him nodding quite profusely, and a statement was made about people not walking alone. So I just wanted to ask him that when they say don't walk alone, they don't mean bring a barrage of lawyers. We are under-resourced, Derek. Just remember that we have our own struggles. Without wasting any further time...
Just before we do that,
yes,
we now go to some housekeeping rules.
Yes.
The house needs to be ordered. So I now turn to that. The first request that we have is the one of cell phones. We saw a little bit of distractions yesterday. So we request that you switching off your cell phones may be a big ask. So we do request that you keep your cell phones on silent. Yes. The second is, for those that were not here yesterday, should you want to respond to nature or want some water, we've got ushers outside. You can ask them, but the bathrooms are well labeled as you walk out the venue to your right. The third request is one of noise levels. We are urged and encouraged that as the sessions are in progress, can we refrain from conversing right outside the plenary room? We ask us to either go downstairs or move further to the right as the noise becomes disruptive to the panel. The fourth is to my moderators and my panelists. We are requesting that after your sessions, you don't immediately get up. You allow the MCs to close the session, and then the photos, so our photographers, you can then take pictures afterwards just for a smooth transition. Then the last is about the conference app. I'm not sure if we've all downloaded the app. Downloading it is very simple. Those of us with iPhones or the other competing, who are they? I know we are for competition, so if I just said iPhones, I would be very wrong. But our mobile, we can download our conference app, or you can scan your name tag. You will get all the information you require about the conference. The program is there. Just make sure you're on the right date, which is the 5th of September. You'll get your speaker information in their bios. We also urge you to participate through the app. So you do this by uploading the pictures. We see a lot of you are taking pictures outside. We urge you to please upload those pictures as we build and expand our conference library. Then the last is that the app also has a feedback survey that we request you complete sometime during the day.
Yes, I hope they were listening. So yesterday I said with my chest that I was the tribunal. But the next speaker has just reminded me that my dream of becoming the tribunal is short-lived. It was only yesterday. And with those words, I'd like to invite Ms. Mondo Mazwai to come and give us her opening speech. Thank you.
Good morning, and greetings to all our guests and to colleagues. It's indeed a pleasure to see so many of you in the room after yesterday's celebrations, because Hadin, in closing the session, didn't have faith that you would leave the building in the first place and that you would make it here this morning. All protocols were observed yesterday, so I stand on those. I'm honored to open this last day of our 18th annual Competition Law Conference, which also marks 25 years of competition law enforcement and adjudication. The theme of this conference, as you all know by now, is looking back to look forward. There is no better place to look back than South Africa, home of the cradle of humankind, our ancestral birthplace. If you have not visited the cradle of humankind, I would encourage you to do so, because it is deeply tied not only to who we are, but also what we do and seek to do as the human species. Author Richard Stengel, in his book called Mandela's Way, sums up a key value espoused by the late President Nelson Mandela, which is Ubuntu. I am because you are. What we achieve is not only of our own doing, but is also due to the work of others. We look today at the work done by others that have shaped who we are, and we look to the work that we have done and the difference we make in the lives of many South Africans, and the work that we must still continue to do for competitive and inclusive markets. Apartheid put in place structures that were intended to prevail for hundreds of years after apartheid is dismantled. The preamble sets out the objectives of the Act. In summary, it is clear that the Act sought to address the historic imbalances of the past. Being the new kid on the block in competition regulation, we sought firstly to follow international best practice by following familiar efficiency goals in many jurisdictions, drawing from developed economies. Secondly, through the public interest provisions, we sought to incorporate the interests of consumers, small businesses, international competitiveness by local firms, and allowing foreign firms to compete in South African markets. And thirdly, we sought to incorporate the rule of law by ensuring that cases are resolved in a procedurally fair and expeditious manner. As Professor Eleanor Fox points out, markets and access to markets stand side by side with food, health, shelter, education, the environment, infrastructure, and institutions as critical tools to combat the world's greatest economic deprivations. Competition policy is about making markets work for people without power. It is not surprising then that the legislative choice made then, with all the uncertainties it brought, was to include efficiency goals on the one hand and equity and distribution goals on the other. I think we would all agree that much is changing and continues to change, not only on our doorsteps, but also globally. 2024 has been dubbed the year of elections, with over 60 countries taking to the polls. We have seen in our own country the emergence of a government of national unity, which is the new order. The US will follow suit in November, as will the UK, as mentioned, and many other countries. Globally, the effects of technology, climate change, poverty, and inequality reverberate across both developed and developing economies. How then do we navigate these uncharted waters brought about by an ever-changing world and economy? We are cognizant that as an adjudicative body, our stakeholders look to us for consistency, certainty, and predictability in the application of law. We believe we have done so and will continue to do so. So how did the natural experiment in combining efficiency and equity goals as conceived by the Act go? In the 2003 peer review, 5 years from the inception of the Competition Act, the peer review done by the OECD, it aptly described the issue at the time, saying, with the end of apartheid and the dawn of democracy, the newly established competition authorities had to hit the ground running with new ideas about the political economy and a level of participation in public life, while also dealing with a well-established, sophisticated, and well-resourced legal culture. 25 years ago, we were a fledgling institution. We took criticism from many of our global counterparts for crafting our act to include policy goals of public interest. However, markets don't stand while debates about policy choices go on. We tackled these seemingly opposing objectives of balancing competition and public interest. Today, our global counterparts applaud the competition authorities for the transparency in our law and the specific public interests we consider. They acknowledge that the public interest issues indeed form competition policy in their own jurisdictions, and that these public interest issues are opaque and not clearly defined. In our view, this is one way in which our law has created certainty. 25 years on, we are no longer a fledgling institution, but a powerhouse among competition authorities. Deputy Minister Godlimpi mentioned how the work of the competition authorities to the proverbial men and women on the street can go unnoticed. Let me demonstrate how we have sought through our work to protect the vulnerable consumer, the businessman and woman, the worker, including gaining recognition by our peers as we do so. In the Mediclinic Matlosana merger in 2021, the Competition Commission recommended prohibition of a merger, which the tribunal prohibited. The Constitutional Court upheld the tribunal's decision and reaffirmed the role of the competition authorities in protecting the consumer. What is often cited about the Mediclinic decision is the context-sensitive and transformative approach that institutions such as the Commission and Tribunal are required to apply, and for higher courts to show deference to the competition authorities, which are specialist bodies. However, a central issue that was raised in Mediclinic was whether a national private hospital service provider, which proposed to acquire 2 small independent hospitals in the Northwest, would result in a likely lessening of competition post-merger. The tribunal concluded that this would change the structure of the market and increase concentration in the relevant markets, which were defined to include the towns of Potchefstroom and Klerksdorp. The tribunal prohibited the merger, concluding inter alia that it would remove lower tariffs available to uninsured patients and increase them by between 27% and 35%. We found also that for insured patients, in pure price terms, the merger would increase the overall hospital costs by about 6%. Further, that the merger would likely lead to a deterioration of the patient experience at the target hospitals. Had the tribunal not prohibited this merger, vulnerable uninsured patients who would have paid higher prices, and ironically, the higher LSM consumers would be paying less prices than the uninsured patients. In the Babelechi case, the competition authorities once more stood ready to intervene against the exploitation of the most vulnerable consumers. COVID-19 caught the world by surprise and demonstrated how all life is equal, because it affected the rich and the poor just the same, reminding us that markets do not always work for people, hence the need for the invisible hand to regulate excessive market power. Face masks were among the list of items identified as essential to combat the spread of the coronavirus. Babelechi, a reseller of face masks, was found guilty of excessive pricing in contravention of Section 81A of the Act. We found that Babelechi's costs had remained unchanged, but that its prices were almost 10 times higher during the pandemic, and its price-cost margins increased by over 1,000%. The Babelechi case brought back to competition a sense of outrage over injustice. The tribunal condemned Babelechi's prices as reprehensible, exploiting consumers amidst a crisis where consumers were at their most vulnerable and had limited choice. Moral condemnation does have a place in competition enforcement when consumers are exploited. The Babelechi decision gained recognition and support by other jurisdictions. Harry First, a professor of law at New York University School of Law, argues that South Africa's enforcement effort to stop excessive pricing for face masks in a time of a pandemic teaches us that we need to direct our enforcement resources to cases that will help people more. More broadly, it is time to change the culture of our antitrust enforcement to listen to the problems of the disadvantaged, to those who need the protection of antitrust enforcement. Further, he concludes that we should redirect Justice Scalia's observation and say that the supreme evil of antitrust is not collusion, but our failure to pay attention to how antitrust can advance justice. I would modify the code slightly to say the supreme evil of antitrust is not only collusion, but our failure to pay attention to how we can advance justice, since collusion remains the enemy of the consumer. In an interim relief application brought by the Industrial Gas Users Association of Southern Africa against Sasol Gas, we protected the interests of small to medium industrial gas businesses against excessive prices charged by Sasol Gas for piped gas. There was an outrage by industrial gas users who are SMEs in various industries, ranging from the automotive manufacturing to glass manufacturing, when Sasol Gas sought to increase the price of natural gas from around 68 rand per gigajoule to 133 rand per gigajoule. We granted interim relief after concluding, among others, that gas users had shown prima facie that the price increase would constitute an excessive price, and that the price increase was not economically justifiable. We issued an order interdicting Sasol from increasing the prices from the prevailing price at the time for 6 months, or pending the conclusion of the Commission's investigation. In each of these cases, which are all varied, one a merger, another a complaint, and the third an interim relief application, we issued decisions that protected the consumer from high prices, thereby applying the efficiency-enhancing goals in the preamble of the Act. Much of the public interest conditions have primarily related to employment in order to save jobs, and the Massmart decision reinforced that public interest issues must be given the same weight as the competition assessment. Fast forward 25 years on, the question is, as we look to the future, have the competition authorities done enough in these 25 years? We have come a long way, judging by the cases mentioned and what our counterparts around the world have said. However, our economic problems of growing inequality, unemployment, poverty, and a lack of access to markets and participation in those markets remain. It is for that reason, going back to 2018, that the Act was amended to deal with concerns regarding the levels of concentration and to strengthen the public interest provisions, especially regarding worker ownership, HDPs, and other provisions relating to strengthening the abuse of dominance parts of our Act. I draw much encouragement from John Keynes, arguably one of the most influential economists of the 20th century, who argued in his 1930 essay titled Economic Possibilities for Our Grandchildren that the economic problem is not a permanent problem for mankind. It is a problem that can be solved. Recall that the effects of apartheid were to be felt for hundreds of years after it has been dismantled, and therefore much is yet to be done. The impact of the work that we do is not easily quantifiable in numbers, but every rand or cent we save in the consumer's pocket is how we measure, and obviously that's a difficult measure to follow. But from dismantling cartels in food, in healthcare, construction, transport, to imposing novel conditions in mergers such as community development initiatives, bursaries for tertiary education, investigations into allegations of human rights violations committed against farm workers, skills development, the transformation objectives in the Act become tangible outcomes through the conditions we impose. There's a lot more that needs to be done. Sometimes our decisions are upheld, and at other times they are overturned. We welcome all decisions that take us a step closer to solving the economic problem for our grandchildren. If you watch the rugby game on Saturday between New Zealand and South Africa, you will agree that for a large part of the game, it did not look like we would achieve the outcome we did, which is to win against the All Blacks. The All Blacks are a formidable team, and the Bokke made many mistakes. But one thing they did was they had grit, and this saw them through. I've said this before. It is not expected that the work we do in the pursuit of competitive and inclusive markets will result in overnight changes to transforming the economy and levels of participation by HDPs in firms in South Africa. But it is an important building block. One of my favorite quotes is by Martin Luther King, and it says, "All progress is precarious, and the solution to one problem brings us face to face with another," unquote. Still, we persist to solve the next problem. It is about incremental changes. By adopting a context-sensitive, transformative constitutional approach, which is consistent with the scheme of the Act, the Tribunal's work contributes significantly to South Africa's transformation goals. As the peer review by the OECD in 2003 indicated, we hit the ground running and we have done well. Going forward, as we face the challenges that come with the amendments to the Act, there is no need to panic. We will continue to do what we do. We will act within the confines of the law. We will balance efficiency and public interest goals. And we will do so transparently, fairly, as an independent and impartial adjudicator. It is also important to recognize, as the Honorable Deputy Minister said yesterday, that the competition authorities on their own cannot achieve a competitive economy. We have to fire from all cylinders. We trust that those in positions of power to do so will push for collaboration across all economic players, as the Minister called it, wall-to-wall cover. This is what will take us to the next step. Turning briefly to capacity, you heard the cry by one of our colleagues, Ofense, it is real. And I'm sure as practitioners and everyone sitting in the room will know that sometimes we have to tell you that we can't set the matter down this time because we don't have enough capacity. So capacity is a real issue that we need to deal with. We have, even from yesterday's panels, heard that the competition authorities invested a lot in training and building capacity over the years. We continue to do this. The question is, are we fit for purpose for today? The overall demand for the tribunal services is increasing. There's added complexity in the cases before us, as jurisprudence is still developing in many areas brought about by the 2018 amendments, ranging from new public interest provisions in merger control, to market inquiries, and an invigorated interest in interim relief applications. A trend we are also seeing are variation applications in conditions imposed in mergers. We stand ready to hear these and to test whether good cause is shown for variation, as it would not be desirable to undo what the conditions intended to do. As demand for our services increases, it is imperative to strengthen our financial and human resources in order to sustain a robust adjudicative body that we have been in the past and will continue to be. We will continue to this end to engage with the relevant stakeholders And as I do always on these platforms, is to open the door and invite potential candidates to knock on our door and indicate that they are willing to come and help us do this important work. I hope that you will make yourselves available. The revolving door has always just revolved one way. It would be good to see it revolve the other way. In conclusion, I'd like to thank all of our stakeholders who keep us on our toes through vigorous debate in the hearings that we have. Trade unions, business, NGOs, customers, competitors, legal and economic practitioners, the DTIC, and all those who help us arrive at sound and well-informed decisions. I especially thank the staff of the competition authorities for their contributions in the invaluable work we do. And as we continue to carry out our mandate, we will continue to draw from experiences of our global counterparts and also share our experiences with them so that we can all learn from each other. We will continue to work across all institutions as a diverse species across the globe for the betterment of humanity. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mondo. When you were giving your speech about resources, I'm reminded by a song about Michael Jackson that says bad. It's a Michael Jackson bad. We certainly need resources. As I understand it, we no longer have a keynote speech, so we're going to move straight into plenary session number 6. And can I ask that everyone who's supposed to be participating there, please make their way to the stage. And just as an opening note, Chapter 2 of the Constitution says the Bill of Rights is the cornerstone of democracy in South Africa. It enshrines the rights of all people in our country and affirms the democratic values of human dignity, equality, and freedom. The next plenary session will be discussing the convergence between competition law and how that can assist with the progressive realization of our constitutional rights.
Morning all. Welcome to this session, which, as Ofensi has kindly introduced, intends to deal with the cross-section at which competition law and human rights or constitutional rights intersect, and whether, depending on how you look at it, these two things are exclusive or whether they're part and parcel of the same thing. A few years ago, the Constitutional Court, actually 2 years ago, in the case against Mediclinic, set a landmark ruling regarding how one should look at competition law and competition rights. And in that, it motivated for a constitutional lens, because in that case was a merger where, as a result of it, tariffs for patients would go up. And the distinction drawn by Justice Mogoeng was, for someone who has medical aid, maybe the tariffs going up may not be much, but for the person who's not insured, it's significant. And so when one was looking at whether the impact as a result of that merger was going to be substantial, it was substantial in whose eyes? And that's always something that I think we can sometimes lose ourselves in when it comes to competition law, is who is this thing for? And so this panel before me is comprised of Fatima Hassan, who is the head of the Health Justice Initiative. Fatima has fought on behalf of fellow South Africans for many years through the Hazeltown case, through Babelechi and the COVID-related cases. And so who you have before you is someone who comes from a strong background of remembering who all of this is for. We also have Kosibake Majenge, who is the Chief Legal Officer and Acting Deputy Commissioner. He's my former boss, so I used to be at the Commission. And for all that people know Bake to be is a man who makes sure that things run smoothly and run well. But Bake is also someone who's never been afraid to stand up when needed. I've seen him argue with Justice Dennis Davis in the Hoskin Consolidated matter, where it was a merger in which the question was whether it needed to be notified again because of a different way in which it was implemented. But what came up about that is, when he went to the Concourt, was it matters to those workers who initially thought two companies weren't going to get integrated, but now they're going to get integrated. And so you've also got someone who also takes into account who and where the impact is. And just to give you a bit of background on myself is, my name is Lebogang Paladi. I'm currently an advocate at Group 61. I used to work at ENS and I work at the Commission. And now I'm independent. And according to Mahale, I'm a double agent. So I'm not to be trusted. Unfortunately, Michelle Leroux could not make it today due to unforeseen circumstances. But I think what we intend to get across today is a conversation about, and as has been prefaced by the tribunal chair and the commission, about looking back to look forward. I would like this discussion to start looking back. And I want to paint a picture for you all. It's 2003. Jacob Zuma is still deputy president. And Tony Yengeni is still being investigated for driving an ML and the arms deal. At that time, the ordinary South African who was hit hard by the pandemic that was HIV/AIDS was begging the question, how do I get access to these drugs that could save my life, but am told I cannot afford? And so a brave complainant named Hazel Tau and a number of other complainants went to the Competition Commission to lodge a case against two drug manufacturers, being GSK and BI. And the whole aim of it was, we've got this tool that's called competition law. How do we use it to make sure that we're able to access medicine? And so it's on that note that I want to set the tone, and I hope to set the tone for us all, through someone who was there, who can tell us and walk us through that, so then we can look forward to see how we utilize that advancement in modern times.
Thanks. So I'm hoping you can hear me. Normally we start off these meetings by saying, Amandla!
Away, Sue!
But I wasn't sure about this crowd. And I think it's important that we remember that, because the idea of the way in which we've approached using the Constitution, and with it competition law and various other laws, including access to information laws, has been about all power to the people. because these laws were written for us and were written for the most vulnerable and the most marginalized. And what Lebo forgot to mention was that Mbeki was president at that time.
Yes.
Let's not forget that. And that's the reason why we had to approach the Competition Commission for access to life-saving ARVs, antiretrovirals, or ARV medicines, or what we call the Lazarus drugs. Because we were at a time where we had been campaigning and fighting and advocating and protesting and litigating for one of the most basic fundamental human rights that this country could afford, which was life-saving ARVs. So if you were poor and if you were black, and at that time, most definitely a black African woman, because that's the way our HIV infection rates were working. The incidence was just higher for black African women, still is. Then you couldn't access ARVs in the state health sector because Mbeki's political position was one of AIDS denialism. So there was no public sector antiretroviral program. There was one in Thailand, there was one in Brazil, it was beginning in India, there were in many other low middle income countries, but not in South Africa. With all of our expertise, all of our clinical trials, all of the science we did, we could not access ARVs funded by the state. The only way you could access ARVs was through South Africa's apartheid inherited, still exists today, unequal two-tier healthcare system. You could go to a private doctor if you were lucky enough, if you had a job, you belonged to a medical scheme, which we had to fight for, to provide for ARVs as part of the PMBs and as part of exceptional benefits initially. Then that was the only way you could access ARVs. So all of our clients, all of our comrades, all of our colleagues, all of the volunteers, people working at the Treatment Action Campaign were literally getting sick and dying prematurely because of state denialism and because in the private sector the drugs were priced so exorbitantly that basically no ordinary person, even if you had a basic job, could afford these ARVs. And why? Because two companies, multinationals, GlaxoSmithKline and Boehringer Ingelheim at the time, who were the sole providers of first-line ARVs. So we're talking of 2003, very different drug regimen. Those are the first-line ARVs. You needed to take them in combination with each other. That's why there were two companies and three drugs. That was the best that science was able to offer at that time, right, through polls. And these companies decided, well, we're going to take advantage of South Africa's apartheid-era patent regime, which, by the way, still exists in 2024, because our minister has not tabled the patent amendment bill since 2018, when Cabinet took a decision to adopt a new IP policy. It's the same patent regime. It's excessive, it's TRIPS plus, and it's basically creating a medicine crisis, medicine pricing and access crisis. But let's go back to 2003. So the idea of the complaint, and I'll shorten this part now because I needed to give you some of the context, is you're living in the most unequal country in the world at that time, still are, high HIV prevalence, still do, but no ARV program. The only way you can get these prices reduced is if the company agrees through what we call voluntary action. They refused. All the protests in the world, all the petitions, all the church leaders begging, so similar to what we saw with COVID vaccine access, and we'll come to that later. They refused, and Zaki, I think yesterday somebody mentioned this, it was his idea. He read the Competition Act, found Section 8, and said, I think we may have a case here. And to be honest, we all thought he was crazy. We were like, this is not the best use of our resources. Who is this commission? We don't know these people. We've never worked with them. They're not going to listen to us. These are two big companies. We had just come from this massive PR disaster of the Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association, where they had sued Nelson Mandela to ensure that we could have generic medicines in the country and to ensure parallel imports. You all remember that case from the early 2000s. So we weren't sure about the strategy. We spent 2 years building this case, which is why we have 13 complainants. A lesson to lawyers, don't ever do that, ever again, because it's just too many. We had people living with HIV, healthcare workers, clinicians, nurses who were seeing patients on a daily basis. And most importantly, we had churches and we had trade unions. So everybody who had a stake in making sure South Africa could provide affordable ARVs was actually part of the complaint. We can go into what happened and how the negotiations happened and the role of the commission and us, but basically what happened was when the commission announced that it was going to refer the matter to the tribunal, it did its preliminary investigation. We thought it took too long. We were fighting. We were like putting pressure on them. At one point, we were going to go toy out to the commission's office, like, you're wasting public money. Why are you taking so long? But they did a thorough analysis and investigation, and they were ready to refer it to the tribunal. And the minute they announced they're referring it to the tribunal, this must have been one of the most heartening moments of all of our work we've done in HIV. We got a call from the lawyers for GSK and Boehringer and said, okay, we don't want this to go to the tribunal. We'd like to sit down, after 2 years of avoiding us, we'd like to sit down and actually settle this matter. And that is how we got the settlement with the voluntary licenses. And just one point I wanted to add based on what was said yesterday. This is where the tricky part comes around industrial policy, competition law, and what we need is activists. The settlement terms offered to us was that they would only give a license to Aspen. That in itself is a problem because generic companies themselves can abuse dominance. This whole case was in Section 28 in the pricing. And in addition to that, the more companies you have in the generic pipeline, the more competition you have, better affordability, but also if there's a fire at a plant at Aspen or J&J or whoever, there are other products that you can then access. It creates sustainability of the supply chain. I mean, I think you all know this. But the important part was that this is where we decided we're not going to be locally South African. We need to be pro-patient and we need to be pro-poor, and we want the lowest possible price for South Africa, even if Aspen is a so-called South African company. And so we insisted that we would not settle this case unless there were multiple voluntary licenses with reasonable royalty terms and conditions. And also, most importantly, and I think it goes back to what was discussed yesterday about regional support and collaboration, the license cannot only be for South Africa. It became a sticking point. We said we didn't do this case just for South African patients living with HIV. It has to benefit all of Africa. Eventually, the companies agreed that all of sub-Saharan Africa would benefit from generic entries with multiple licensees on reasonable terms and conditions. We asked for a royalty not more than 6% based on industry norms and practices, and that was agreed to. The Commission agreed with the settlement, was announced, and that is how we kick-started the ARV treatment program in South Africa in the private sector. Eventually, the denialist position was overturned, and 2024, we have the largest ARV treatment program in the world with one of the highest adherence rates that you can find in the Global South.
Thank you. So as we have just looked back, and we saw that back then, it was a real fight of life and death. It was not demure or mindful. People were fighting. You had Zwelinzima Vavi as part of COSATU marching. You had people in the streets. It was a real life and death issue. And it begs the question that as things have progressed, and I'm going to fast forward a bit to the Mediclinic matter, just to pull out one of the observations made by Justice Mogoeng regarding the impact of that merger on some of the residents in Matlosana. And he says the following, and I'll try as possible to speak like he speaks. I he says, so in paragraph 3 of the judgment, he says, it ought never to be accepted for any of us, including the corporate citizens of this land, to indulge, talk less of overindulge, in unconscionable practice of seeking to record the highest profit margin possible by any means necessary, in wanton disregard for what would do to the rest of humanity. Neither should the historic exclusion of some from meaningful participation, particularly in mainstream economy, be normalized, for this seems to be one of the most stubborn injustices of our past that require more deliberate, intentional, and systematic confrontation, appropriately enabled by independent, incorruptible, efficient, and effective law enforcement and justice dispensing institutions. Mr. Mogoeng, as a member of the Commission and part of the people who seek to bring forward and uplift some of the rights in our Bill of Rights through the use of the Act, what have you seen in the approach by the courts when you juxtapose it to how that matter of Hazeltown has been dealt with? And now, 2022, you have the Concord saying the following. How have you seen the progress of those the realization of those rights?
Yeah, thanks, Lebu. In a sense, the Mediclinic judgment of the Constitutional Court is a vindication of the principles sought to be advanced in Hazeltown, or one could even say a logical extension of those principles. Mediclinic, I think, is important because it was the first case, and in fact it is surprising that it is the first case. It was the first case to integrate questions of economic inequality into the price effects analysis of a merger. This has not been done before. There has been consideration of questions of economic inequality, mostly within the context of the public interest framework, not necessarily within the context of a competitive assessment. So Mediclinic was a game changer in that sense. And I think one of the, key developments that Mediclinic represents jurisprudentially is the fact that what the court did was to deploy the normative framework of the Constitution to competition law. And we have been worried for a number of years, post Hazeltown, that competition law does not seem to be evolving consistently with the Constitution. In fact, if anything, competition law appeared to be evolving in parallel with the Constitution rather than consistently with the Constitution. Notwithstanding the fact that the Competition Act itself, within the Competition Act, is embedded the principle of consistency with the Constitution. In fact, if anything, if one looks at the analytical framework in Mediclinic, Mediclinic was, in fact, this is what the court says itself. It was reinstating what should have been done in the first place and what should always have been done in competition law, which is to interpret competition, the Competition Act through the lens, firstly, of the preamble to the Competition Act, which Mondo has eloquently articulated, and then the purpose, and then to then link those two, that is the preamble, the purpose, to section 7.2 of the Constitution, as well as section 39.2 of the Constitution, which has the constitutional injunctive requiring an interpretation of all law that is consistent with the Bill of Rights. So this is really the beauty, in the sense of Mediclinic. And it was a good thing that this analytical framework in Mediclinic was reasserted by the Constitutional Court within the context of the healthcare sector, which Fatima has said is in fact emblematic of inherent economic inequality in South Africa.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Machenge. And I think that's quite a critical point that you make, because, as you say, we could find ourselves in a world where both the Constitution and the Competition Act are evolving, but in parallel, as if two ships in the night going past each other. And so it's important to bring it together. Now, being the double agent that I am, and unfortunately Advocate Leroux not being here, I was involved in the Babelegi matter and the Dis-Chem matter for the respondents in those. And both were effectively accused of increasing the price of masks as the COVID pandemic hit. Now, some of the arguments raised were that if I'm a business person and I want to continue to sell masks, if now my supplier tells me that the next time I procure masks, I need to procure them at a higher price, well, with the current load of masks I have, I need to increase that price so that I can be able to afford those masks when the time comes for me to then buy a new shipment of masks. And so what am I to do when now I'm being accused of price gouging because the price at which I bought the current masks that I have is far lower than what I'm going to sell them for in order to replace my costs. And so as a good junior counsel, you buy into the argument, you make sure that the heads of argument are as eloquent and as crisp as possible, and you make sure that your senior articulates the argument well in the face of an upset South Africa, a South Africa that says, I want to be able to continue to go to work, but I can't afford these masks. How do I make sure that I can afford these? And arguments are raised. They were like, well, is Dis-Chem dominant? There's clicks, there's this, but it's like, well, I can't go anywhere. It's COVID. I can only go as far as I can go. So you are the only dominant party in that area. And these issues raise the ire of societies like Open Secrets and HJI, and they diligently followed up on the case and intervened in the Babelegi case. Because when we then go back to Hazeltown, we say that was a time at which HIV/AIDS was rife. And now we've got COVID and that's rife. Does the framework need to wait for an event like that for active participation and active, I would say, implementation of what is espoused in the Constitution and in the Competition Act? So I'd like to ask you about your intervention in Babelegi and how you view that relative to the previous cases that you've been involved with that had to have that intersection.
Thanks. So I don't know if it's fortunately or unfortunately, but I've now been involved in two pandemics. And I can tell you that South Africa's legal system is not ready for the next pandemic. So if there are any lawmakers here, policy makers from the department and from Parliament, I think there needs to be an urgent inquiry into why our laws are not ready. And there's multiple laws which is forcing, I think, the Competition Commission to increase its workload on access to health products, because there is nobody else that can do it right now. And I can say this as an activist. I think the Department of Health has been negligent in their duties, and the NHI is not going to solve any of this. In fact, may aggravate the medicine pricing crisis for two systems, public and private. The Department of Trade and Industry, as I've mentioned before, has been sitting on the Patent Amendment Bill, which is the reason why we have most of the medicine access problems, and we'll talk about COVID vaccines shortly. And then I think there are other departments which are not working as a whole of government. So when I heard everything yesterday, I was like, I don't think this is going to end well, to be honest, because the GNU has different priorities. This could have been dealt with maybe in COVID or last year, when you had a majority in Parliament or in government. But I think the situation in the status quo is so worrying that it's going to actually rely on regulators, activists, researchers, human rights lawyers to shift the needle on affordable access to all health products. And I mean vaccines, treatments, diagnostics, therapeutics on a whole range of diseases. So I think it's also, I've matured from the first pandemic to the second pandemic because I'm sitting on the same stage as the lawyers for Dis-Chem and Babelegi and the lawyer for the Competition Commission. And one of the things that led us to start the Health Justice Initiative actually was at the time of Dis-Chem and Babelegi, because we were like, oh my God, we're going to be last in line again, and we're going to be dealing with pandemic price gouging. We call that private sector corruption, Open Secrets Health Justice Initiative. Somebody mentioned yesterday the different ways in which you describe abuse of your power and abuse of your dominance and abuse of pricing. And we call that pandemic gouging and pandemic corruption. And we were seeing it elsewhere in the world because we work with multiple partners from around the world. And face masks were made compulsory as part of our quite severe lockdown strategies, to go to work, to go to a meeting, to go to a clinic, to go get something from the supermarket. You had to wear a mask, but nobody was providing it to you. In other countries, the state was. So there was a direct interest for civil society to intervene in a large pharmaceutical retailer, which hopefully would create a precedent for Clicks and everybody else, because we were seeing the gouging everywhere. I mean, whether it was Macro, whether it was Dis-Chem was not alone in this. It was a great way to make money, hand sanitizer and masks. And at the same time, we saw the Gauteng government being embroiled in PPE tender corruption, right? So you were having gouging and corruption in both the public sector and the private sector. And the question is, how does civil society intervene? So we decided on a whim. We got pro bono counsel, we got pro bono lawyers. Everything was done for us on a pro bono basis, which shows it's possible, I think, for civil society to intervene in key times. We're faced with the pandemic, compulsory face mask requirement, very expensive face masks being sold all around the country. You have economic losses mounting in the country. The final tally for the COVID global economic loss is $1 trillion at least in the space of 2.5 years. Deaths are increasing. At that time, there were no vaccines and treatment, so masks was your only basic, important prevention tool. If there were vaccines and treatments at that time, I don't think none of us would be interested in the masks, right? So at the initial stages of a global pandemic, where we're all being hit really hard, rich and poor, I think the head of the tribunal said that earlier. So we decided, because we don't like large bullying retailers. Sorry, I know it's your client, but that's just the way civil society feels. We have an aversion to this kind of dominance. So we asked if we could intervene in the case. And let me just say, Chatham House rules, nobody was receptive to this except for the commission. So this was not a great experience for civil society. Normally we get resistance to be an amici in the Constitutional Court, but it's very dignified. It's very dignified resistance, very professional. It was bizarre, I'm sorry to say, but Dis-Chem was not. The legal team was not really excited and happy. They felt we were going to delay the case. They were very sure of winning because Dis-Chem precedes Babalegi, and I don't know if people know the history of how we landed up in Babalegi. So we put in an argument. We begrudgingly get accepted as a friend of the court as amicus in Dis-Chem at the competition appeal court stage, because Dis-Chem was appealing the decision of the competition tribunal. I thought a really good decision. And we were worried about precedent in a pandemic, for the next pandemic, but also for the vaccines that were going to come and for the treatments that were going to come. And that's what people couldn't understand, why civil society was interested in this case. And we wanted to bring in constitutional arguments, wanted to bring in the experience of HIV/AIDS and what happens if the most vulnerable people can't access the most important prevention tools. Eventually, the court said, okay, fine, also begrudgingly, and I'm sorry, this is a criticism of the Competition Appeal Court, was not a pleasurable experience at all. I've never experienced such a reception from a court for an amici. Baki was there, he knows about it. But eventually they let us in, and happy to say that a week later, after being admitted and making a big public noise, Dis-Chem decided to admit guilt, or not, I'm not sure, but pay the penalty, and withdraw their appeal and not take the matter to the Competition Appeal Court. So we were, okay, we've got our legal team, we've got our papers, now what? And when Dis-Chem's lawyers were writing to our lawyers about why do we want to intervene in the case, what is our interest, why don't you go into Babalegi rather? But they said it in a very, as a side remark. And we were like, oh, there's a Babalegi case. We didn't know about the Babalegi case. So thank you to Dis-Chem's lawyers for telling us about the Babalegi case. So we used the same legal team in legal papers intervening in Babalegi. Again, the same reaction and attitude, because everybody just felt like civil society was, except for the commission, was actually annoying them and in the way and was going to delay things. Now, you can't have a legal system if you think of the friend of the court this way. That would be my one position. And then lo and behold, the entire Dis-Chem legal team became the Babalegi legal team. I mean, we can write a report about this one day. So when we go onto the Zoom hearing, because there was no in-person hearings because it's COVID, there was like about 85 lawyers there, just for Dis-Chem and Babalegi. And we had like, our 2 lawyers. But importantly, in the Babalegi case, when Open Secrets and AJI intervened as amicus, and we made this a big, publicity around this, the South African Human Rights Commission also intervened in the case as a friend of the court. And that's important. That's a Chapter 9 institution. And like I said, all 3 of us had not such a great reception. The Human Rights Commission is a Chapter 9 body, AJI and Open Secrets, a civil society, all go make arguments before the Competition Appeal Court. And I'd like to think that we played some small role in highlighting the issues of the Section 27 and the constitutional right to access affordable healthcare services, issues around Dis-Chem's role. And the decision of the tribunal was upheld. Now, a few months before that, we were really worried that the tribunal's decision wouldn't be upheld in both Dis-Chem and Babalegi. And I think, I'm not in a negative way, but I think that Dis-Chem's legal team was so confident that they were going to win the case. And so it shows that civil society activism, it shows that the tool of the friend of the court, it shows creating public awareness and public pressure and naming and shaming and embarrassing companies that we believe have abused their dominance and are overcharging the public can make a difference. That's the same that happened with GlaxoSmithKline and Boehringer, same with Dis-Chem. I really don't know who Babalegi is. I don't even know how that helps anybody. And then we saw this last year with Johnson & Johnson on a very important TB drug called bedaquiline, but we can talk about that later.
Yeah.
So, but all of that to say that at least the Competition Commission team were very nice to us, and so thank you.
Like the double agent that I am, there are other cases that I act on for the Commission where I do good. To paraphrase Dave Chappelle in one of his interviews with James Lipton, when speaking to a young crowd of up-and-coming actors, and he says, it enables them to call into their enterprises the capital of the public. They shall do so upon the property in which the capital is to be invested. Corporations engaged in interstate commerce should be regulated if they are found to exercise a license working to the public injury. It should be as much the aim of those who seek for social betterment to rid the business world of crimes of cunning as to rid the entire body politic of crimes of violence. Now, this does not mean that when one participates in the economy as a business person, they have any intention of doing harm. Because again, there are many factors that play into how people price and how people act. And what we've now understood when it comes to some of these cases that deal with sort of the cross-section between human rights and commercial rights, there's a role that the Commission plays, but it seems that role isn't solely for the Commission. So, Mr. Majenga, I want to hear from you in trying to ensure that the Competition Act, through the Commission's lens, aligns with 39(2) of the Constitution. How has the Commission approached that, and how does it intend to work with other bodies in achieving that harmony as opposed to working in parallel?
Yeah, that argument that certain issues do not belong in competition policy or competition law, and that those issues belong in other specialist legislation. That argument is often deployed to denude competition law of its transformative content. We see that argument being deployed to advance the proposition that there's a world of pure competition issues, which is completely insulated from these issues that Fatima talked about, unequal access issues to health care. That argument has also been deployed as a pushback, for instance, against some aspects of the competition amendment, which seeks to advance a greater spread of ownership within a major context, to say that these issues belong in the triple BE legislation. These issues of advancing a greater spread of ownership belong in the triple BE legislation and not in competition law. But I think there is, if again we are faithful, competition law then, in a sense, complements specialist legislation. So it plays then a complementary role or a reinforcing role in relation to other specialist legislation. By the way, this conception of the expanded role of competition policy is embraced by the likes of Stiglitz as well as others who have clearly made the case for saying that competition law in a developing economy has to respond to the unique challenges facing developing economies. In as much as if one looks at the evolution of US antitrust policy, it was in response to the unique challenges facing markets, the development of large enterprises, which you alluded to. In fact, Stiglitz goes further to say that the initial impetus of competition policy in the US was actually political, with the aim, of course, of constraining market power. So the idea of constraining market power in the US was, in fact, a political imperative. This is what Stiglitz says. Yeah, so I think the attempt to segment or to insulate competition law with all these constitutional questions. In my view, in fact, to borrow from Mogoeng, to use the expression bluntly put, I think it's a rearguard reaction to push back against a transformation and to, in fact, neutralize the transformative potential of competition law.
Thank you for that, Mr. Majenge. And I think we've got time for some questions, probably one or two, before we get closing remarks from our panelists. But for those of you that didn't quite understand what Mr. Majenge was saying, I can break it down to you in rap. He was basically saying, to all you rich folks with glistening jewels, entrepreneurs, all you millionaire dudes, before you catch another case, limit your moves. Johnny Cochran died from a brain tumor. I delivered the news. So be careful when you're out there. and know that the Competition Commission is watching. So if we can just, is anyone interested in asking a question for this panel? We've got 2 hands there. We'll just take both questions and then we will then have our panelists respond accordingly.
Thank you. Siklino Gupega. Firstly, thank you very much for the session. I was just thinking back as Fatima was referring to the times of former President Mbeki, the tech, those days. It's actually, and I'm thinking to myself that, oftentimes when we talk about the problems that we have in South Africa and the reasons why our development has been so slow and sometimes, has taken a couple of back steps. We often refer to your apartheid, we refer to colonialism, etc. But I don't think that there's an adequate amount of attention that is given to the consequences of those years. Because when you look at, for an instance, the growth of child-headed homes, and one would know that one of the biggest casualties in the situation of a child-headed home is the attainment of education, because then you have to stop going to school as a child, you have to make a living, and as a result, your trajectory in life is significantly impacted in a negative manner. But I'm not trying to place former President Mbeki in the same votes and your roads and all of that. A question to Mr. Majenge is, so when we look at competition law in South Africa, and the regulator that we have and its effectiveness, when we then begin to think about it hello? Sorry.
No, we can hear you.
So when we begin to think about it on an international level, then I mean, obviously, the significance, okay, let me not say significance, but the effectiveness becomes significantly reduced because now we're dealing with other actors. You think your World Trade Organization, you think about the Health Assembly of the United Nations, etc. So with the position that South Africa currently enjoys on the global stage, our advocacy for human rights and those sorts of things, what are the opportunities that the South African government can exploit based on our local cases and our local victories and try to bring to the international stage in order to make this vision that we have as a country become realizable, not just for us, but also for the rest of the world? Thank you.
Thank you. Can you please have the second question?
Hi, my name is Nkanyisa Ngolonga. My question is for you, Fatima. I just want to know what's your view on the reform of global governance regarding what we saw during COVID-19, the uneven distribution of vaccines by the big pharmaceuticals, notwithstanding that we have the Doha Treaty from 1995 about access to intellectual property rights, because I think South Africa had to take the case together with India to the WTO when they felt like there should have been some form of waivers so that they can be able to reproduce more vaccines domestically for the population. So in terms of reforming that aspect, and as well also trying to align it and incorporate it with our domestic laws, such as the amendments to the Patent Act, the current Patent Act, I think that we've had since the apartheid days. Thank you.
And we have one last question here.
Thank you, ma'am. It's not a question, facilitator, it's more of a comment.
Thank you.
My name is Gregory Mufokeng. I'm the Vice President of the Black Business Council. So we welcome the intersection between competition law and transformation, Mr. Majenge. Now, I want to say the following. Triple B, as we know it, has been widely criticized in the country to benefit a few people. And when you look at, how transactions are done in this country, you will find that it is the asset owners who decide who to sell the assets to. Now, it is surprising that the asset owners will sit and decide that they will give transactions, numerous transactions to one player or one grouping, and then use their same media to criticize them as the usual suspects, right? Now, what we are witnessing with some of the cases coming out of the Competition Commission, where this issue of public interest as far as transformation is concerned is coming out, we are finding that the Competition Commission and the tribunal are saying those asset owners must decide who to sell those assets to. Now, that is a problem, because the very same asset owners will decide who they will empower. And they empower, again, people who are close to them, people who are close to power. Now, we need to look at this thing, because we need to make sure that the sun shines on a broader beneficiary base, as opposed to a few people who are closely connected and linked to asset owners. And so my appeal is that as we go forward with this intersection between competition law and transformation, Mr. Majenge, we look at how we can influence that process so that we can bring in new players. And by leaving the process of identifying beneficiaries exclusively to these asset owners, we are not addressing the problem of making sure that a broader base of beneficiaries who are black can benefit from the economic miracle of this country. We will be coming, Mr. Majenge. Yes. Commissioner, will be coming to have a discussion, as to how we empower more people. We must stop this thing of having usual suspects that are created by the same asset owners who then come and criticize government. As far as I know, there's never been a cabinet meeting that decided this asset will be sold to this one. There's never been an ANC meeting that decided this asset will be sold to this one. It is the banks and the asset owners who decide who must get these assets. We must break that chain. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As you heard with that comment, we are tired of the usual suspects, so no more Kaiser Soze. But I think that ties in with the first question about what else goes into ensuring that these rights are realized, and who are the actors that the Commission needs to work with and focus with. And with that, Mr. Majenge, I can ask you to respond to that question. If you can also just give us your closing remarks, and then following that, the question addressed to Fatima, and with some closing remarks.
Yeah, thanks, Lebo. Maybe I must start with the question from the Black Business Council, because it's raising a fundamental issue implicating this question of concentration. And our study has shown that the levels of concentration in the South African economy in key sectors remain excessively high. So there is certainly an ownership problem. But it's not only just a concentration problem. It's also, what compounds the problem is the fact that it also unfortunately takes a racial dimension, that economic ownership question. And this goes to the point that Mondo made earlier, that the apartheid system was designed in such a way that some of its fundamental structures, including the economic structure, will remain even after, as Mondo has correctly pointed out, after the system was dismantled. We, as the Commission, we have of course used a number of tools to try to address this concentration question, but of course there are limits to how far we can go. But we have certainly inappropriate cases, we have intervened. For instance, a good example here relates to the divestiture of the strong bore license. It's a more recent example where we imposed a condition within the context of a merger requiring a divestiture of that license. The merger raised some competition issues, but we required the divestiture of that license to an HDP owned firm. We also did the same thing in Burger King, the divestiture of a meat plant to an HDP owned firm as a consequence of merger conditions. But in terms of whether competition law can interfere with decisions to transfer assets through a sale, that I think that is a hard one. There are limitations there. Although there are areas in which competition law can intervene, but there are areas where we have to accept or acknowledge that there are limits. But there is certainly a scope for competition law to contribute towards the deconcentration of the economy. In terms of international cooperation from, of course, a developing country perspective, we are involved in a number of forums, including the ACF, to advance an agenda for competition discourse from a developing country perspective. So I think it's unfortunate that at the moment we don't have a system of international competition law, but what we have is a national competition law. But for instance, recent developments such as the establishment of AfCFTA, the African Free Continental Trade Area, we now have a competition protocol to complement that. I think will definitely provide opportunities to advance that competition policy agenda from, in fact, an Afrocentric perspective. In closing, let me return to where we started, which is the Mediclinic.
Going back to go forward.
Mediclinic, yes, yes. Of course, by the way, there is resistance to this idea of a post-Mediclinic competition law and economics, but it is here.
It's here.
In Mediclinic, there is something that we often ignore that the Constitutional Court said about the competition authorities, in particular the tribunal as well as the CAC. The Constitutional Court said that the tribunal and the CAC, of course by extension the Competition Commission, have an added responsibility to advance the key demands of the preamble as well as the purpose of the Act, in addition to the overarching constitutional responsibilities that they have flowing from the Section 39(2) of the Constitution. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Machenge. Fatima?
I'm going to try and answer the questions with my closing remarks, if that's okay. So I think the first thing about Mediclinic as human rights lawyers and activists is like, wow, thank you, Constitutional Court, because nobody expected merger jurisprudence, right, which is so like technical and boring, to give us, sorry for those doing M&A, but to give us these real gems and nuggets on constitutional rights, especially the right to healthcare services. And I think it's important and something we can take forward. And I mean, I've clerked at the Constitutional Court, and I'm surprised at some of those paragraphs in their judgment. That's in the middle of a pandemic, and that's a very angry court. And I think that that's, you know, hopefully a warning and a sign of the type of judicial interventions we're going to see in relation to a number of access cases. And we saw that with the case we had to do in the middle of a pandemic to open up the vaccine contracts, because all of a sudden that was classified as secret all around the world. We're the only country in the world where a court ordered the unredacted disclosure. The contracts are on our website. You can all go look at it. And it shows immense bullying. And it shows, and I think I want to go back to the system issues and your point about our past, about an industry that's a law unto itself. And I think that's why it's so important that the Commission has finally decided to look at multinational pharmaceutical corporations and companies and their practices. And I think what has happened with COVID and the price gouging cases in Mediclinic is the Commission has finally, and we're really grateful to them, to listening to activists to say it's not just the pricing, we're moving on. And we're moving beyond abusive pricing. Because remember, Babalegi was under new Section 8, which is why we wanted to be involved in that case. Hazeltown was the old Section 8. And we wanted to make sure that there was no bad precedent in a pandemic on the new Section 8. And so thankfully we were able to, you know, reserve that space. And with Mediclinic, I think we've got the right ammunition. But the monopoly and the over-concentration, people were talking about that yesterday in building, in education, school textbooks, uniforms. I mean, that I think is, nothing in comparison to the hold that the pharmaceutical industry has on pharmaceutical products. And the over-concentration and the oligopoly or the abuse of dominance, which is permitted unless it's regulated through excessive pricing, is because of a global system that rewards so-called innovation, because a lot of this is not actually genuine innovation, with the patent reward. And the patent regime is the reason why we're facing this medicine crisis of excessive prices right now.
And I'd like to thank our panel as Ofentsi.
But I can't, sorry, comrade, because I think this is important about this final point about how the patent regime is going to make your work increase and more difficult unless we deal with the WTO and the TRIPS agreement and the amendments to the patent laws. Because right now, what South Africa is experiencing is an evergreening patent problem. And the Commission has finally decided to tackle that practice. We saw that last year with Johnson & Johnson and a TB drug called bedaquiline. So it's not just pricing. I really want to emphasize that point. It's an evergreening practice where you use South Africa's lax patent regime to over-patent. This comes from apartheid days and TRIPS plus flexibilities, and unless you fix the law, SIPSI has to give the patents because we have no substantive search and examination system, or what we call a pre-grant opposition. In most modern democracies, even in other so-called low-middle income countries, they do have a robust PGO system. We don't in South Africa. So that means that almost every week we are coming to the Competition Commission to say, here are 15 multinational companies that have evergreen patents extending the monopoly for a further 4 or 5 years. And in that time, not allowing anybody else to sell an important medicine or a vaccine, and at the same time overcharging. And so I think if you don't address the really pernicious problem of evergreening patents in South Africa, then all of the work you do is just going to continue and not going to create any systemic change. And I mean, we can all toy outside the WTO in Geneva and try and get reforms, but this industry is so powerful. The reason why we have patents on medicines, we didn't have that 25 years ago, is because of Pfizer, because of the role that the pharmaceutical industry plays. So agree with your point and agree with your point. And just to say that all of our past is the present that we're dealing with, why we have the highest TB rates in the world, and why these evergreening patterns on TB drugs is so important, is because we had a migrant labor system. We didn't just have a TB epidemic out of nowhere and a drug-resistant TB pandemic. So yeah, all of apartheid's legacies are what we're having to deal with, but I think that there's currently actions that this current democratically elected government or GNU can take to try and at least mitigate some of the burdens that low-income and sick communities and patients are having to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you. So as a friend ominously stands over me, for those of you who didn't catch much of this, in short, basically is you can survive a stroke, but the cost of the medication is going to give you a heart attack. So just let's make sure that people have access to that medication at affordable prices. And I'm so thankful for my panel for their insights, and I'm thankful for the Commission and the Tribunal having this session. So,
in fact, I must confess that I stood up because I heard the word nuggets. And then I remembered that it's lunchtime, and I was reminded of my 5-year-old. So whenever she hears the words nuggets, she knows that it's snack time. And with those words, it's snack time for everyone. Can we please try and be back by past? Thank you very much.
about sustainability and the evolving aims of the competition law. We learned yesterday that South Africa was amongst the first countries to have the public interest consideration within its act. We are seeing other countries adopting this approach, but public interest is contextual. In our case, it was about the socio-economic context that the country faced, but we are facing different times and different challenges. Now we will be hearing from Thembaletu and panel on how we bring in sustainability to competition enforcement.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Thembaletu Buthelezi. My first disclaimer before we start this session is that, unlike the previous moderator, I'm not paid to talk for a living. So it's a pity for you. That means no NAS raps that I will be able to drop in. And nothing else that brings a lot more color, because the last time I read Roosevelt, I was in history in matric. So bear with me as an economist. I'll try my best. But I think the topic is interesting enough that I might get a good enough reception from all of you. Thank you firstly to the organizers for inviting me today. And I think as we begin this process of looking forward to what the next 25 years has in store for the authority, a good place to start would be to look at what are the key issues that are emerging on global forums and debates recently. And the new word is sustainability, and the creation of sustainable markets for businesses and consumers alike. Now, this is a little bit of a stark move from a more traditional consumer welfare objective that we know competition law and policy to have been formed on, which was primarily concerned on price effects. And as we heard yesterday, and I think in parts of the discussion before us, South Africa is well recognized as a pillar and a face of a more progressive and, I dare say, unashamedly developmental approach to competition law. So what is coming up as a new keyword or buzzword, sustainability, is something that has actually been enshrined in a different way in our act from the get-go. We called it public interest and our consideration of broader socioeconomic considerations and how competition law should make that interface. And we have been doing this. The work of the tribunal and the Competition Commission, as we heard yesterday, has been testament to that. So while it's a buzzword, not so much for South Africa, because we've been way ahead of the curve from the get-go. It has been introduced in parts and in a very defined way through our public interest provisions and what Section 10 tries to do with our exemptions. A broad notion of sustainability recognizes environmental, social, and economic dimensions. On one hand, and how it's coming out in debates recently, is the fight for climate change and environmental degradation, which is very important and are urgent challenges. But other aspects of sustainability are also part of this debate and are equally important for consumers. So decent work, clean water, sanitation, economic growth, and how that growth is shared are things that we care about. Today's panel will focus on the role that competition policy may play in supporting sustainable development goals. We will talk about this by looking at what approaches authorities may adopt to integrate these considerations into competition law, and importantly, which goals to prioritize and why, and considering the manner in which firms are taking sustainability concerns into account and to ensure that they don't infringe on competition law. I'm joined by a wonderful panel. There is a woman, I know, she's online, so don't be scared looking at these scary looking men. I got a little bit scared too, just turning my head. I have Deputy Minister Whitfield. I'm joined by my former boss, Mr. James Hodge, the Chief Economist of the Commission. I have Deputy Head Andrei Tsiaganov from the Russian Authority, as well as Derek Lotter, the co-head from Bowman's. And online, we are joined by Ms. Teresa Murira, the head of Competition and Consumer Policies branch of UNCTAD. Is Teresa online? It would be good to see her. Perhaps we can...
Yes, I am.
Thanks. Sorry about that. Thanks, Teresa. Perhaps we can start with you in giving us a sense of your opening remarks, but also perhaps painting the picture and locating sustainability within the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and how perhaps we should think about sustainability and why competition policy matters for this.
Thank you very much. I would like to show a presentation, a short presentation, but I will reply to your questions. I hope you are able to see it right now.
Not yet.
Okay, in any case, let me start. Well, well, first of all, let me congratulate the Competition Commission of South Africa and the Tribunal for these 25 years of competition law enforcement. It's a very impressive record, and obviously South Africa is a leading country, and these are leading authorities worldwide. I hope you are listening to me.
Yes.
God,
yes,
I'm hearing my own echo, which is very strange.
No, we can hear you very well. I think they're still
Okay,
trying to
very
start the
good.
presentation.
Okay, I hope you are able to see, but in any case, the presentation will be, I see that it is showing. Good. So, of course, the Agenda 2030, as you mentioned, was adopted in 2015. And I think what is interesting, of course, it is a roadmap for the world's development towards sustainability, as you mentioned, of course, with these three components. So, of course, pursuing economic growth, but also social inclusion, and of course, taking care of the environment. What is interesting is that, of course, this was a commitment by member states of the United Nations, but many other stakeholders, so other international, regional organizations and business, civil society, join efforts in agreeing to achieve these goals. What you already mentioned also as sustainability development, of course, you know that the definition means that it is a development that should allow to meet the needs of present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. So I think it is very important to ensure this continuity. But when you mention what are, for instance, the UN Agenda 2030 SDGs that are relevant for competition, I just picked up, let's say, one of the SDGs, SDG 12, on responsible consumption and production, because, of course, this has strong implications for competition law and policy due to the need to improve, shift production patterns. But it is true that other sustainable development goals are relevant. For instance, SDG 8 on decent work and economic growth, SDG 9 on innovation, industrialization and infrastructure, and also, for instance, SDG 10, reduced inequalities within and between countries. That, of course, makes sense when we think about the positive impact of the consumer welfare that effective competition law and policy is expected to achieve. Just to mention, of course, that for all of us, and when I say all of us, I would say all countries, but clearly since the pandemic, we had this ministerial conference of UNCTAD that, among other things, identify global common challenges, which include, of course, climate change and environmental degradation, which is why I believe sustainability has become a rising issue. Let me put it like this. I think it is obviously very important and well recognized by all countries, developed and developing countries, not necessarily yet by all competition authorities across the globe. Of course, we have this mandate on competition law and policy, which I just want to mention because the UN set of competition, of which UNCTAD is the custodian, does recognize the legitimacy of developing countries to adopt and implement competition law and policy according to their specific circumstances, which we read as allowing, between brackets, countries to pursue whatever goals they find of relevance. And in a way, I think the South Africa public interest clause is a very good example. But there are also other developing countries, I think of Indonesia and others, that afterwards also went this way. So, of course, can competition law and policy be also used to pursue sustainability? We do believe that that is the case. I will just say that we have had a number of discussions and even some research done on experiences around the world. We do believe that there is a good possibility of competition law and policy through its usual instruments that I know we will discuss will be able to contribute if the competition legal framework of each country or if its economic organization so foresees, and according to the particularities of each regime. But we do believe that there is a good case for that, even though I would say there is not necessarily yet a consensus on this issue. It is very important. This is, I think, is generally recognized to provide business with guidance so that they are able to choose to get into agreements with their direct competitors or not if they think that their efficiency gains actually can translate into sustainability gains. And we see in the screen some of the countries, namely within the European Union, some member states, and also now the European Commission, of course, so the European regime, some OECD member states. I think it's quite interesting to mention the Japanese green guidelines of last year, because they foresee not just sustainability, but also the achievement of other sustainable development goals as being accepted, so to speak, to exempt, for instance, horizontal agreements between competitors. I know about the efforts and the interest of the South African Competition Commission. Our colleagues and friends from the Brazilian CAGI have also pursued this. Others, I would suggest, around the world are looking into this, but not necessarily, how can I put it, jumping into it, which is why we consider that further research and discussion needs to still be promoted. And in order for developing countries to identify if this is really a contribution or not. Finally, of course, a word on international cooperation, as you could expect from somebody who is with the UN. I think we are very privileged at UNCTAD because due to our 195 members and the very active support of the key developing countries, namely South Africa, but of course also Brazil, the Russian Federation, India, China, and several other, I would say, not yet fully BRICS countries, but maybe middle-income countries. We are able to bring together the most advanced jurisdictions and the less experienced and the more resource constrained to hear from each other, to learn from each other, and then make their own choices, so propose options, namely for legislative amendments, if that is the case. So sorry, this was a little bit long, but this is what I wanted to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Teresa. And you certainly raised a very useful way to start this in terms of what the SDGs are. Deputy Minister, Teresa did speak quite a bit about the specific circumstances each country faces, and that while the SDG goals try to look at development in a very broad sense, there is room for accepting that there are goals that have particular relevance to a country depending on the circumstances of that country. I'd be interested in your views just from a broad policy maker perspective on the prioritization of the SDG goals, particularly within relevance to the competition law. As we said, I mean, we do have the public interest provisions, and they did provide and have provided a very good start to think about this, but is there more to add in terms of how the country has considered these broader sustainability objectives.
Great, thank you very much. It's wonderful to be here. Congratulations to the Commission on 25 years. I think that it's a very important discussion. As you know, we've had the outcome of a very competitive political process which has produced a new government of national unity. And I suppose let me start by saying that the government of national unity met in a Lekgotla where we set up a framework for what the medium-term development plan for South Africa and the new government would look like. And within that medium-term development plan, the sort of policy framework in which it is designed is around the NDP, the Africa Agenda 2063, but also the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals at a very high level of policy making in government, and what flows from that in annual performance plans through government departments is very much an institutionalized part of the discussion in the policy making environment. And I think that one of the issues I would just raise as it relates to competition policy and law is to harness competition for the best interests of what this new government seeks to achieve. That medium-term development plan sets as its apex priority inclusive growth and job creation. And so the question is, to what extent does competition policy and law, from my selfish perspective from the DTIC, because the President will hold us accountable whether we are able to achieve that. To what extent does competition policy and law enable us to achieve rapid and sustainable inclusive growth and job creation? So I've got a bit of a more narrow focus on SDGs 8 and 9, but I also, I don't think that, for example, the issue of climate change is mutually, and the economy are mutually exclusive. Obviously, we know that CBAM is a topical issue as far as the European Union is concerned. The implications for South Africa and trade are significant. Our context in which we operate is not a European context. We come from a particular history. We need to redress the imbalances of the past. We need to do that as deliberately as possible within the framework that I've set out, that we need this rapid and sustainable inclusive growth. And so it's about striking the balance in the discussion around public interest, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. How far do we go without diluting the principle of competition and the importance of making sure that we are able to grow the economy? And I think that there is a balance to be found, and I think it's often going to be a to and a fro situation. You're not going to necessarily hit the sweet spot every single time, but I do think there's a conversation that needs to be had about the importance of competition policy and law in respect of that inclusive growth agenda for our economy, and that it is rapid and that it is sustainable for generations to come, to ensure that we are unlocking investment opportunities while protecting the public interest. And the public interest not necessarily in terms of all 17 UN SDGs, but in terms of those that directly relate to the priorities of government. And so I think there is an economic argument to be made around climate change. Obviously, the CBAM is one example, how that impacts on trade. But SDGs 8 and 9 for me are a key priority focus for our department and the DTIC to make sure we achieve that, and working hand in glove, obviously, with the Competition Commission to make sure that what we achieve is sustainable for generations to come. Because the status quo now is not sustainable, whether that's from an environmental perspective, an economic perspective. We've got high levels of inequality, high levels of unemployment, a stagnant economy, and I sense that the competition outcome of the election that has produced this GNU sort of reinforces the competitive spirit of the South African people. We're discovering in our democratic dispensation the importance of competition, accountability that flows from competition, but also the benefits of what that consent sentiment, sure, but the markets are up, the currency is strengthening. We're in a very good position now to be able to capitalize on that balance that I spoke about. If we can achieve the right balance, we can unlock investment, protect the public interest, but not perhaps to be too diverse in trying to accommodate all SDGs in the work of the Competition Commission. I don't believe that competition policy and law should be treated as a cure-all for all of our historical issues. That is a whole of government responsibility. What we need is better alignment in government across all departments that have critical functions to play, specifically local government. Because we can talk about this as much as we like at a high level, but if local government is not delivering decent basic services, quality water, sanitation services, etc. It doesn't matter what we do at a high level if local government, where investment lands and where the public interest is situated, fundamentally, cannot deliver on their mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. I think it leads quite nicely, and perhaps I'll come to you, James, on the balance that the Deputy Minister has introduced into our discussion. And I'm quite interested in how perhaps we can achieve that balance. Maybe we can start off firstly within the prism of competition law, how to achieve the balance that we speak about in terms of these sustainability initiatives while ensuring that markets remain or operate in a more effective competitive manner.
Thank you, Thembeletu, and I do think this is an interesting debate, and I think what has been raised by the Deputy Minister as well is there are 17 SDGs. They're a vast range, and one can seek to sort of look at whether to weight one more than another. But I think, as Thembeletu, you pointed out, we in fact have a head start on this, because many of those SDGs are already built into our public interest provisions, and we have been acting on them already. The issue of equality around poverty, and that's not just through the law itself, but also through the prioritization framework of the Competition Commission, which seeks to look at low-income consumers as well as government priorities, and that is an important directive for us. I mean, I think what I like about the SDG is that it's a framework to say that if we're looking at sustainable development, we can't just look at the simple economic feature. And in competition law, we would associate that with the sort of efficiency approach and the consumer welfare. But we need to take into account the economic, social, and environmental context as well. As much as we include some of those SDGs in our competition law, I think there is scope for more. And before business has a heart attack on that, let me just give you some context and flesh that out. As we were reminded in the very last session, we are also answerable to a constitution, and we must interpret our law in the context of that. And that's not just to protect some of those rights, to promote some of those rights. And if we look through the Bill of Rights, I mean, interestingly, we have right 24, which is on the environment. So I just want to single that out. I think the previous session highlighted importantly the right to healthcare, the right to housing, food, water, education, which are all your socio-economic rights, which are also built into the SDGs of the UN. But it's maybe useful just to read it, because it's not an absolute in a sense that environment takes precedent over everything. But that clause says everyone has the right, A, to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being, and B, to have the environment protected for the benefit of present and future generations through reasonable legislative and other measures that, 1, prevent pollution and ecological degradation, 2, promote conservation, and 3, secure ecologically sustainable development and use of the resources. And this is the important thing, while promoting justifiable economic and social development. So even in our constitution, it's looking to strike the balance between the development objective and economic and social development along with the environmental protection. So in any interpretation of bringing that constitutional requirement around the environment into our work, and I could see a number of ways that could play out. And if we just take the Mediclinic judgment, for instance, an environmental benefit could arise in the case of, for instance, either an exemption application, which is the predominant path we're seeing globally, or under our Section 41A, which is around balancing cooperative arrangements with, in fact, whether there's any efficiency or technological benefit. But on the flip side, it could also mean our interpretation of substantial harm is elevated by an environmental harm as well. And so if there is harm to a right, such as the environmental right, within any of our other provisions, Section 5, 8, 9, or Section 12 in measure control, then in fact that substantial, and that's what Mediclinic has told us, that substantial must be seen through the lens of the right itself. But looking forward, I mean, what is interesting, and I think within the industrialization agenda and the future, and I think the President was speaking just yesterday at FOCAC, highlighting in China that in fact South Africa probably has an advantage in the green economy, and I think this remains part of the industrialization plans. And this is where the sort of all-of-government approach and competition law can be supportive. So we often think of it as a sort of public interest as a negative. But if we think about it, emerging new technologies that threaten traditional interests and traditional technologies often face barriers to their development and often require overcoming certain barriers to enable them to come and become mainstream. And this is where the Competition Act is particularly effective at opening up market access, removing barriers to entry. And we do have large vested traditional interests in energy in South Africa, in fossil fuels. And there's obviously a balancing act even government is trying to make between that just transition of how we phase out and phase in. But ensuring affordable renewable energy is an important objective then. So to take even just some of the work we've been doing in the last year since we've been focusing on this, I mean, we've, I think, picked up now 2 cases of resale price maintenance for solar panels and inverters, which is just raising the price, in fact, of a solution, not just to green energy, but load shedding as well. And I'm sure we can imagine, and I think Simon Roberts mentioned yesterday, as we move to things like electric vehicles, in fact, restrictive practices such as a lack of interoperability amongst charging stations could in fact inhibit the entire industry emerging. So I think there's a lot of ways that the Competition Act can support both the industrialization agenda and in fact the environmental or clean energy agenda, especially if it is correct that we have some natural advantage in terms of minerals and maybe building that industrial capacity. Of course, there is the collaboration, but I think we're seeing even globally some concern about greenwashing cartels and you know, Teresa raised this issue of if consumers value sustainable products, then will competition in fact drive greater sustainability? But the reverse is also true. If consumers do not value that, then in fact our history is that business will not care about the environment and degrade the environment in order to get cheaper products to consumers. And we may fall into that latter category rather than the former at this stage. So it will still be important for competition law to ensure that, in fact, that type of competition or merger activity doesn't drive us into that negative world of further environmental degradation.
Thanks, James. Perhaps, Derek, this is also a natural way to bring you in. James has raised an interesting aspect in that, you know, we have our public interest considerations. We also are firmly within a broader government policy that does enshrine these SDG goals in full, actually. But also importantly, I think the constitutionality aspect, that there are rights even within our constitution that, you know, you can also align to the SDGs. I am quite interested, and I'm not a lawyer, but from a legal practitioner's view, that, you know, how do we maneuver this space, firstly, to be able to apply the law in a consistent manner, but also with some certainty to yourselves in advising on transactions or matters that parties have? How do we do that? What is the balance there, if there is one?
There is a balance, and I suppose it's, just to be sure you can hear me clearly, there is a balance, and that's, I think, what flows from some of the discussions that we've been having over the last day, is there is a balance. The trick is going to be how will that balance be struck? And you know, I'm a practitioner, and we advise firms that invest in South Africa, do deals in South Africa, and really it's about ensuring that that balance is captured in a way that doesn't disincentivize investment. And I think that's going to be the nub of the challenge that regulators are going to have to face. But again, just congratulations to the Commission on 25 years. I've already got an indemnity from the Commissioner and from the Chair of the Tribunal after keeping me up very late last night, and then I had to go and work on some notes for today. So if you see me less enthusiastic today, it's because of that. And I think I was confused with somebody else who spoke about the resourcing of the Commission and Tribunal. I think that person must be mortified that they're confused with me. But I fully agree with the sentiment. There needs to be a lot more resourcing, and our regulators need to be properly resourced, Deputy Minister. But I think one of the things that we focused on is, and I think I mentioned it yesterday, was the traditional approaches around competition law are changing dramatically. I'm not going to labour that point. It's really moving. Maybe the US is still holding on to certain things, and we're going to see how that election plays out. But certainly around the world, things are changing. There's a movement away from traditional tests around competition law to considering, a broader scope of factors, and sustainability is one of those, and I suppose that's implicit to the public interest assessment. And to say the obvious, our Act is well configured already. The law captures very well how that justification and that balancing exercise is going to have to be undertaken. The responsibility is going to be with the regulators, unfortunately, for them. Regulators are now going to have to take into account factors that are, way beyond those which they had to think about in the past. Environmental factors, climate change are one of those, and those are the most topical internationally. The Sustainable Development Goals, including those well articulated by the UN, will only be addressed through a comprehensive approach if that includes competition factors. And there will be a clear need to, and this is maybe a bit controversial and one where we'll have a bit of a debate, there's going to be a need to move away quite strongly from traditional consumer welfare and, frankly, efficiency tests in order to address broader imperatives. Maybe as blunt as to say that addressing the public interest will come at a cost, to some degree at least. It's how those costs are dealt with, balanced, and the imperatives addressed. I cannot think of one of the UN development goals that is not impacted by competition law to some extent, at least. And regulators are now going to be required to grapple with all those factors. I've said it already, and I don't want to be too dramatic, but regulators are going to be required to balance and consider the impact of conduct which may, under traditional tests, be seen to be anti-competitive today as mechanisms to achieve broader societal outcomes, especially when it comes to, for example, climate change. Regulators may be required to call into question mergers happening outside their jurisdiction, which may have an effect, and which may have immediate short-term consumer welfare-enhancing outcomes, but may have negative public interest outcomes. And balancing that will be extraordinarily difficult for regulators to do. I said it already, addressing these imperatives are going to potentially translate to higher costs, at least in the near term, and those might be less palatable to the global south than what they may be to the global north, and that's going to be extremely challenging to do. I suppose for that, and to link in with what the Deputy Minister said, I suppose the debate therefore is less about whether or not competition law affects sustainability goals. It's more about where the priorities will lie. And I think, although I think that the narrow approach being adopted in Europe, for example, which seems to fixate on environmental factors alone, is too narrow and underplays the responsibility that regulators will need to accrue for themselves. I suppose the law is going to have to change, or adapt rather. I mean, I think our law is configured in a good way to give adjudicators and courts flexibility to think about balancing these things, and that's going to be important. Expert economists are going to have to learn to give evidence in a broader fashion and not being disrespectful. A lot of the assessments, good assessments by economists upon which we rely, have been quite narrow, consumer welfare focused. And now, what are economists going to have to do to give evidence to adjudicators is to think about things more broadly, the balancing exercise. To some degree, at least, we're going to have to think about what the ultimate consequences will be for market structure, the characteristics of the markets, balancing all of these things, and having to deal with outcomes which may not always be as efficient in the near term as what we want. I think the Commission must be commended in the way in which they've sought to break ground on the public interest. That really is commendable. I mean, we may disagree with some of the interpretations which the Commission has adopted with respect to some of the provisions of the draft guidelines, but in general, the Commission is breaking ground, and that needs to be commended, and pushing the boundaries of what can be addressed through competition law. It's important. I mean, some of the imperatives in South Africa are, and it's just not just, we talk about environmental issues, climate change in South Africa, it's so much broader, addressing transformation, inequality. Those need to be addressed. And we often think about it only in the context of mergers and the draft guidelines. We forget that Section 9C of our Act has been changed. It requires of firms to think about, if they are a dominant supplier, how they price to different people within the sector. You know, we say to clients, you need to think about this strategically. You want to think about the day the Commission arrives. What is your narrative that you will put to the Commission around your contributions to black-owned businesses and small businesses? And then I'll just touch on it one more time. I invite you to go read Ricardo Hausman's report on South Africa, done under the auspices of the DTRC, and that touches on so many important things around the green economy, around transformation, and it talks about near-term outcomes. I mean, addressing, ESCOM issues, which Transnet issues, I think we could all say that looks like it's strongly on the right trajectory. Spatial inequality, exclusion is another issue that could change people's lives very quickly. But you can see how sharp it might be in a very short time, that a merger happening might inhibit the ability for those geographic exclusion issues that are residue of apartheid to be addressed. And quite quickly, regulators will have to think about balancing all of those things. And my last point is, it's really balance. There are concerns from investors around the uncertainty that the draft guidelines have created, and the Commission needs to move quickly to just give that certainty, understandability as to what needs to be achieved.
Thank you, Derek. I think you make a good point, and a natural inclination would be to believe that competitive markets allow for sustainable market outcomes. So there is a natural synergy there. I'm quite interested, Deputy Head Tsiakanov, in the experience from the Russian authority and how it's been able to incorporate sustainability objectives, and which objectives have been prioritized and how they've been able to allow for this to come through in terms of the competition enforcement work.
Thank you very much for your question, but I should start with the congratulations to South African Competition Authority, to the Commission and to the Tribunal. Yes, 25 years is an excellent age. It's excellent age for the future, and I wish the brilliant future for competition system of South Africa. I'd like to start with at least 3 outcomes of my speech. First one, I fully agree with you and with Ms. Moreira that 17 Sustainable Development Goals are much more than only combating climate change and preserving nature, as well as consumer welfare is not one and only goal of competition policy in any country of the world. Secondly, I truly believe that competition policy tools and anti-monopoly regulation and the instrument of competition policy and competition law enforcement that are in the process of very, very intensive development can make very significant contribution to achieving United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Free and healthy competition between market participants, and it's well known, is the key to the development of innovation and progress, to provide fair market access to everybody and fair access of citizens to utilities and services provided by government and by businesses, to ensure increased competitiveness of goods and services internationally, not only locally, a balance of quality and price of these goods and services. And of course, it expands the choice of consumers. And third outcome, maybe we'll discuss it later, is that we can do nothing without international cooperation of competition authority. Because to try to achieve the global goals from the national boundaries, it's a wrong way of doing something, and competition policy as well. And one more remark. Actually, and frankly speaking, we prioritize the SDGs in the activity of competition authorities, not only in Russia, in many countries, many years before they are formalized and defined by the United Nations, because the core business of competition authority is to make the life of people better, really. And we have a lot of different instruments to do it. For instance, in Russian Federation, first of all, fair competition is a constitutional value. It's an article included in the Constitution of the Russian Federation in 1993, and all our activity is oriented on this constitutional principle. It's one of the constitutional rights of the people of the Russian Federation. And the Russian law on protection of competition provides a wide range of goals of competition policy, and it's very important as well. And the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service of Russia pays great attention to finding a balance. Yes, we always mention the balance here today between sustainable development and compliance with anti-monopoly legislation. And I remember that just a few months ago, it was an article of some well-known experts on competition law and policy in Russia about smart competition regulation. Yes, it should be smart. It should be smart. We should use new methodologies of analysis of market. We should use the wide range toolkit of instrument of competition policy. We should combine competition policy with other governmental policies, both on the governmental level and on the level of agencies as well. And in Russia, for instance, there is a sort of a political document about the constitution development in our country. It's a decree of the President of Russian Federation from 2017 on the main directions of state policy for the development of competition. Yes, the main goal of this document, the main goals of this document are to strengthen the national economy, not only consumer welfare, to protect and develop competition everywhere, to increase consumer satisfaction by expanding the range of goods, works, services, improving their quality, reducing prices. And now the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service, together with other governmental authorities, implementing this decree of the President, and in the same way, the governmental document approved by the government of the Russian Federation, it's a national plan for the development of competition for 2024-2025. Yes, it's a very important document as well, and the national plan for the development of competition, among the goals defined, improving on antitrust legislation in the context of the digital economy, developing of the small and medium-sized enterprises, creating new jobs, ensuring the sustainability of socially significant commodity markets, and much more. And priority areas for the development of competition defined in this document are agro-industrial complex, IT sector, energy, municipal solid waste management, natural resources, construction, transportation, and so on and so forth. So it's not our own plan, it's a multi-agency plan of development of competition is now in our country for the midterm. You know that Soviet Union used 5-year governmental plans of development of economy for many, many years, and we know how to do it. And of course, we pay close attention to the development of competition and control over anti-monopoly compliance in socially significant markets. That I mentioned just a few minutes before. We combine the active enforcement of competition law with wide range of advocacy tools and soft law tools. For instance, to increase the affordability of food for citizens and promote food security, we suggested producers and retailer chains taking some social responsibility measures to voluntarily limit their own prices and voluntarily limit their markups for socially important goods. Not for all commodities that they sell, but for some necessary socially significant food products defined by the government of the Russian Federation, and ensure their availability on the shelves and the shops in sufficient qualities. And we started this advocacy and soft law mechanism implementation during the pandemic crisis, as in many countries as well. And now it works. It works. It still works, and it's a very important part of our policy. In pharma sector, this is one of the goals, the access to the medicine and to the medicine services. Thanks to creation of effective system of regulation of medicine prices, more than 2020 registered prices for medicines that are included in the list of vital and essential drugs were reduced in our country. And one more thing that I want to mention. From the very beginning, the Russian Competition Authority was the multifunctional one. So we have a great opportunity to combine the traditional tools of competition policy, the development of legislation, the intensive law enforcement, advocacy tools, with other instruments of governmental policy that are in our hands. For instance, we are responsible for tariff regulation in infrastructural sectors and non-discriminatory access to utilities. We control compliance with public procurement rules to save budget money for development of public sector and for providing socially important services for citizens. We protect citizens from unfair advertising because we are responsible for compliance with the law on advertising, from frauds, from counterfeit goods, especially in financial sector, pharmaceutical sector, and e-trade sector. Due to specific provisions of Russian competition law, we can intervene in the sectoral legislation and regulation to ban anti-competitive governmental actions and to provide pro-competitive sectoral development. And all these tools on this instrument are very important, and our experience showed that there is a lot of space for competition authority in achievement of sustainable development goals.
Thank you. I think you've brought a lot more to the debate, but I think the key from that is a sense of coordination within countries, so across government functions.
Yes.
But also then that would also translate to Teresa's point on the coordination globally and how we think about consistency in application of the SDGs. And maybe, Teresa, it would also be useful if you can paint a picture of what trends you've seen emerging from how countries have tried to navigate this space, particularly in relation to the tools that are available to them. I think Mr. Tsiaganov did give us a good sense of some of the soft tools of competition law and how the Russian authorities have used those quite nicely, but they do have a broader mandate, so it has allowed for that flexibility. What are you noticing from your positioning globally, how authorities have navigated this space?
Thank you very much. I hope you are hearing me well still.
Yes.
Yes, that is very interesting. I think in any case, what we have been observing, I would suggest, especially since the pandemic outbreak, of course, this was already ongoing, is that competition authorities use and have increasingly been using a wide range of tools, as Mr. Tsiganov mentioned. So, of course, law enforcement still being very high in everybody's agenda, but also market studies, other types of reports, surveys, often, let's say, completed through consultations that are open to practitioners, to other regulatory bodies, to civil society organizations like business associations, and of course, a lot of soft law instruments like guidance, guidelines, like I mentioned of some countries. So what we believe it is quite interesting, and it is what we advise, especially young and small competition authorities of developing countries that may be less resourced to tackle so many challenges brought by the globalization and digitalization, and with, of course, a number of challenges that were enhanced since the pandemic, namely, of course, climate change and environmental degradation. So we advise them just to really make use of this wide range of this toolbox, so to speak, that is available to them. But we have noticed, getting to the concrete question, we have noticed that only in very limited cases, very few cases, there have been legal amendments in order for competition authorities, let's say, to formally consider what I would just call a sustainability argument. For instance, for exempting anti-competitive agreements, for approving mergers with conditions and remedies. So the trend is more towards soft law instruments, so guidelines, often after reports have been issued, which I think is quite, if I may say so, which is quite wise, I believe, because we think it is extremely important, this trend, and we heard this from all speakers, starting with Deputy Minister Whitfield. Of course, competition law and policy, and all the other speakers mentioned this, is not isolated. It's actually cross-cutting because it applies to all economic sectors. So irrespective of the specific regime, and in the case of South Africa, a public interest clause, it still is applicable to the whole of the economy. And so it should never be implemented in isolation, or just, I would suggest, just focusing on a very narrow, specific goal, like, for instance, strict economic efficiency. And it is true that throughout time, we have seen competition authorities being open, being interested in other issues, which I believe are extremely important, in particular for developing countries. And going back to sustainability, yes, so of course, I think it's quite normal that we will see other competition authorities across the world exploring how competition law and policy can contribute also to sustainability. But usually there may be some hesitation because as the Deputy Minister mentioned, a number of international trade or industrial policy measures being adopted by some developed countries or some developed countries' organizations of course, are also highlighting this issue that, especially here in Geneva, because it is the international trade hub, is being very much discussed, a bit the difference between the mitigation and adaptation, meaning that developing countries that, well, arrived, let's say, later on to the international sphere will probably not have contributed as much to the state of climate change and environmental degradation that unfortunately we are going through, and therefore are, of course, interested and willing to work towards improving the environmental degradation situation. Think, for instance, of the small island developing countries that some in the Caribbean or in the Pacific are run the risk of actually disappearing with these natural catastrophes that have been enhanced due to the climate change situation. But they, these countries require, I would even say demand, support, so financial support, to actually go through this adaptation, which they consider is needed, while some developed countries are more focused along the lines of the mitigation issue. I'm just simplifying this. So I think there is huge recognition that sustainable development needs the concurring public policies, as Mr. Tsiganov and others mentioned, hopefully starting from the internal or domestic coordination towards the regional or international settings. And competition law and policy definitely has a role to play. But I think it is important, and that is UNCTAD's position. So our role is really to let's say, showcase the variety of experiences and policy options so that developing countries are able to identify what serves them best. So this is something that, as I mentioned, we still need to have, let's say, more decisions. So not just the guidance. I think there is already a variety of guidelines which are extremely welcomed and helpful, but it is important to actually have case law that shows to the less experienced, to the newcomers in the International Competition Committee, how to go about this. Okay, what are the relevance? I mean, is this does this mean that one needs, for instance, ultimately to adjust competition law? We've heard about the paradigm of consumer welfare not necessarily being, interpreted at least as it was maybe 7 years ago. And that I think is a positive fact because it shows that competition authorities and the international competition community is in sync, is aware of the evolution of the context, which is not just economic, as we mentioned, it also has huge social implications and environmental consequences. So I think this is important, but for instance, to really guide or to really advise competition authorities, I think it would be good to gather a wealth of case law and then go about the reasoning for instance, exemptions of agreements between competitors. How was the contribution to sustainability assessed, measured? Because we know how usually competition laws provide a framework for the exemption of agreements. Not all regimes follow the exact same conditions, but this still requires a very concrete demonstration. And it may not be very obvious that the contribution to, let's say, this wider, very important public good, which is climate change, can be actually used as a concrete justification to exempt a certain agreement. I think this is also a challenge for businesses. Hence, again, the importance of guidance that I mentioned. But I think we see this as a process. Quite frankly, at personal level, 5 years ago, I was extremely enthusiastic about this topic myself, having a competition law enforcement background. And yet we organized in, I think, 2021 or 2022, an ad hoc expert meeting to discuss competition and consumer protection policies, our two areas of work for sustainability. And we heard from European scholars, economists, that question rightly how to go about this. So for me and for my team, it was then clearer that this was not, how can I put it, the given. I mean, we are all committed towards this overall goal, like we are all committed to contribute to the successful achievement of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, but there still need to be some specification. So I think it's very important to have this type of debates. Clearly, the South Africa Competition Commission and a number of very active competition authorities from all over the world. We have heard from the colleagues from the Russian Federation. I mean, not just the BRICS, as I said, middle income countries. Competition law and policy, fortunately, has been spreading very positively across the world. And UNCTAD, what we support is that it is important so that countries know about each other's experience, exchange information, exchange knowledge, but then choose their own options. And hopefully, I would say this should be done in coordination with the country's goals, as the Deputy Minister mentioned. Of course, that is what makes sense. So competition law and policy needs to be mainstream. Competition authorities cannot, of course, like other sectoral regulators, should not work in silos. And I think the choice of this topic shows that in South Africa, that is very clear. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Teresa. James, are institutions fit for purpose? You know, we heard Simon yesterday talk about the giant effort that the CMA went through to address digital markets and add 100 more people. Are we fit for purpose for this new, I don't want to say new, but for this, more enhanced way to think about sustainability?
I might just start by saying with 15 people, we did the same in 2 years. So I think we're probably just more efficient and more fit for purpose. But I think if there is, and it isn't maybe to unnecessarily blow the horn for these institutions, but I think if there was a competition authority globally that is ready for this, it probably is South Africa, precisely because we've had the public interest in our act for so long. And I think one forgets, and this is maybe the looking back to look forward, just to go back to our theme, but I mean, the courts and the commission had to tackle this issue of public interest very early on with no assistance, well, maybe bar our friends such as Eleanor Fox, but to come up with tractable ways that give business certainty, as Derek has asked for, on how we will assess and how we will solve some of these problems. And in fact, many of the solutions were fairly clever. So I think in merger control on public interest, by having the dual approach, the tribunal went a path of saying, all right, we can't undermine worker welfare, so we must correct for it through conditions, and then we can let everything move through. And I think that's been broadly understood, it's accepted, and it's not a barrier to any investment or the like. And so I imagine that if there is an institution that can look at how we might adjudicate and balance these, that this is the institution. And it may be we adopt similar patterns, that if this is a particular harm, say in a merger control context, that we find a way to put conditions that fix it, that still allow the development and job creation and investment to go ahead, but without harming a fundamental right. I think when we get into the world of conduct, we in that world of substantiality. And there, I think it's not too difficult, much like Mediclinic, to say, well, we're not going to take a de minimis approach, which is there is some pollution or degradation of the environment, to use that example, and just say, well, it's de minimis and we must and not consider it. I think the Constitutional Court was quite clear on that. So that may be easier too. With exemptions, I think our academic program, there are a number of good papers, and I'd encourage everyone to go look. They looked at how some jurisdictions are now looking at when can we identify what is maybe a truly important cooperative outcome without risks of collusion, and what may be more risk of collusion, and we can learn from that. But I think we do need to do that research. We do need to start making decisions, as Teresa said, and bringing some of those cases. We have had a few cases, and I mentioned them, and maybe we didn't take the initiative to say, well, look, if it's a resale price maintenance in a green energy area, we should be more harsh on the penalties because of the environmental consequences. I think the last thing is, I think we are stuck on environment and we are stuck globally on the exemption path. So that's why I mentioned earlier looking at how do we unlock new industries to disrupt, to have new players come in and disrupt. What we're also focused on, which has been now for a number of years, is also ensuring that as these new industries emerge, they don't become concentrated themselves. And we have had a concern in renewable for a long time, but understanding that the regulatory environment was going to change, we've made sure that you don't get regional concentrations because they're the ones who are going to compete. Because if you look at the SDGs as well, and even if it's on energy, it's about affordable energy. It's not just green energy. And I think where we've got to also start to think as a country is load shedding has probably created an imbalance where wealthier households and businesses have gone green. And now, as we saw with the latest proposed Eskom price tariff increase, we're going to see the poorest paying the highest prices for electricity. And so there is a need for that cooperation and trying to solve problems as government together, not just within DTIC, but across DTIC. And if this government of national unity can get that working, I think we can make real progress as well.
Thanks, James. And just in our last, I'm just going to open up to the floor and check if there are any questions. My timekeeper is very close to smacking me on the head. I see one hand, Tando.
Hi everyone. Tando Vilakazi, Competition Tribunal and University of Johannesburg. I'll speak in my capacity as a researcher. Just 3 quick comments on this. I think I enjoy the discussion that says we're going to need to make very difficult choices and that we're going to have to find very clever balances, right? Because we have in many ways got it wrong as it relates, for instance, to public interest and other choices we've made around our competition law and how it incorporates what we call socio-economic objectives, etc. Right? So we are the same country that made the choice to pigeonhole conduct in our abuse of dominance. Right? We made that choice. We're the same country that made a choice to pigeonhole public interest as, in many ways, for many years, a side act, right, to plain vanilla competition law, right? One argument or interpretation of that is that we've got it wrong in that sense, right? So if you think that part of the core economics of a market is the ability to have free entry and exit, right? Then the issue of the participation of SMEs, right, which sounds and we often frame as a favor, a socio-economic deliverable, is actually part of a barriers to entry consideration that forms part of the core competition tests. We chose to put it on the side, right? And subsequently we've tried to address this. So I think similarly, and this is really the main point on this, is that as we're thinking through these, and it's really great to have Deputy Minister and minds thinking through these problems, we'll need to be careful as well how we incorporate. So already some of the international debate is about, right, this is complex and it's new, just throw it into the exemption provisions. if we are serious around some of the, I'm kind of being a bit flippant about it, if we're serious about the sustainability pressures that are coming, and remember that they will affect the poor, probably the most, then how we incorporate these issues, and perhaps not just only in public interest, is going to be quite important. I think those should be some of the choices that we need to make. And then a quick, maybe 2 points, which is that I think the authorities will play an important role in sharing the prior experiences of the competition authorities with those that are sitting, trying to drive investment in these new industries, right? So one of the biggest investors presently in the green hydrogen ecosystem that's going to be built in the Northern Cape, etc., is Sasol, right? We know the history of the competition authorities with Sasol. Now we want the investment. It's going to be important. You need lead firms. But there are things we've learned from some of those experiences about what high input prices upstream can do to decimate downstream industry. Now, we could set rules about the way in which we encourage investment preemptively based on the prior lessons that allow us to have the investment, but at a cost that's more palatable, in a more balanced way, even as we talk about balance generally. It's going to be important to preempt some of these issues rather than wait for a competition case in green hydrogen in 15 years. That will run for another 5 years, right? These are things that we I think, need to be thinking about. Just lastly, I do think this is also just plain good economics, right? Dealing with sustainability, dealing with issues of economic inclusion. Dynamism, plurality in markets is better for growing economies, right? Yes. The literature is there to support that equality and inefficiency are not that far apart. I think we can afford to take comfort in that it's okay to think about sustainability as part of the core issues. A quick example is that when we did research at CRED around the key entrants that were coming in under the Black Industrialist Program, or even the big entrant in cement, which was Dangote Cement sponsored, Sipaku, they were more energy efficient because of the way in which they knew they would have to compete against very well-established giants with really old machines. So they were 33% more energy efficient when they came in the production of cement than PPC, etc., right? So entry will still matter, and so opening up is going to be really important in the types of rules that we set. Some of our black industrialists come in investing in more efficient technologies because that's what they need to do to compete. If I'm an investor, if we're talking about investment, I'll back that horse because in 10 years' time, they're going to be the only ones that are energy efficient and able to actually sell products to consumers when consumers are rejecting products that are made from fossil fuels. Thanks.
Thanks, Sandra. I'll give each of you perhaps a minute to close after those wonderful sentiments. Kali's not happy with me. I'll start with you, Deputy Minister Whitfield. I think Tanda raised some really important points from a policy perspective in particular, because we do want to incentivize businesses to take on these obligations in a way that makes sense to them, but we also want sustainable markets overall.
Absolutely. I think it's wonderful to have young people part of the conversation like Thando, because they're thinking about the future and they're looking into the future and understand that it's their future, their children's future, and their grandchildren's future, right? So I think that what I would just add is that the President, as I mentioned earlier, had said rapid, inclusive, sustainable growth. Conversation around sustainability is often very narrowly focused on the environment and climate change. But the conversation around SMMEs, per your point, is also a sustainability issue for our economy, right? We want to create a more competitive economy. We want to create access to new businesses. We want to help to upskill and develop our SMMEs to be part of the economy. They need to start being skilled for a future economy, per your points around the environment and how energy efficiency is going to help to improve margins and to be competitive into the future. So I think there's some really good ideas that you've raised. There's some interesting points that have been raised on the panel. But to come back to rapid, inclusive, sustainable growth and not to detract from the very important conversation around climate change, the implications of CBAM on trade, etc. Rapid, if I may just say, it's a process issue as much as anything else. How rapid is government in decision making? Whether it's a yes or no, capital flows through the path of least resistance, right? We've got to be able to say yes, or we've got to be able to say no, we've got to do it quickly. So if that means capacitation of the authorities, fine, let's look at it, let's do it, let's get it done, right? I'm not the minister, so don't clap hands. Secondly, on inclusive growth, that's transformation. There's well-established history of that and the work that the Commission's done And then on sustainability, the focus has got to be on SMMEs to transition into a new economy around what Thando said, and how we prepare our SMMEs for a future economy to be competitive while more established businesses are perhaps stuck in the past. I think there's a huge opportunity for SMMEs to compete on the new terms of a new economy, and I think it's a very exciting opportunity from a policy environment as well. I think it was more than a minute.
It was a little
but I'm a
bit more than
politician,
minute.
so.
It's okay, it's okay. Perhaps then I might close on behalf of the remaining speakers. And what I've learned from this session is that old adage that economists have to deal with, which is trade-offs, and ensuring that balance remains. There's a choice to be made, that where competition authorities may either step aside, grant exemptions from competition law for large companies to start to begin this work of coordinating activities for the good of the environment, or institutions step up with the in-depth knowledge that they've built about markets and how markets work in practice, and ensure that they remain in that very crucial position on advising on market-shaping measures that governments can implement while ensuring that sustainability is also the core to that. And that balance or that trade-off is the game to keep in mind as we go forward. Hopefully I'm not in too much trouble, but thank you all for listening.
Miss Moderator.
Thank you.
My travel was so long.
And your time was
Maybe you'll let me to tell a few words about BRICS cooperation of competition authority. From my point of view, it's our future. Huh? Maybe. 1 minute. Okay.
A politician's minute.
As I mentioned in the beginning, yes, I'm sure that our future is in cooperation of competition authorities. We started our cooperation in the BRICS format 15 years ago. We are matured agencies with very intensive enforcement practice, with qualified staff, with good legislation. And we concentrate our joint activity not only technical assistance or something like this, but on examination and in socially important sectors of economy. Now we have 3 working groups, one in pharmaceutical sector, one in digital sector, one in agro-food sector. And just 2 days ago, here next door to our meeting room, we have a meeting of the working group on food and agriculture. And during this meeting, we launched a very interesting international project. The project of market inquiry based on experience of South Africa and some other countries that use this methodology of market examination to examine the global value chains in agricultural sector, to understand what is the future of farmers who are like a butter in sandwich between highly monopolized market of resources to agriculture and extremely monopolized market of transportation, trade, and so on, and retail and wholesale trade of agricultural product and of food. These markets are global, and we need to join our efforts to examine this market. In the end of this month, the questionnaire will be disseminated through competition authorities of the BRICS countries. But traditionally, competition authorities of BRICS countries work in the format BRICS Plus. We are open for cooperation. All our meetings are open for participants. So we ask all the interested parties, including competition authorities of non-BRICS countries and experts from BRICS and non-BRICS countries, to take part in this research in any form. And we are going to present the first results of this market inquiry during the 9th conference of BRICS competition authorities that will be in September next year in Cape Town in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thembelihle, you're not in trouble. I don't think you thanked the speakers. So let me thank them on your behalf. Thank you for such insights. I was a bit anxious earlier on whilst listening to the previous plenary that it looks like our rights were only exercised in the pharmaceutical sector, and I was worried that we perhaps had forgotten about other sectors, but I was quite comforted by what came out of this plenary that we should be looking at other sectors as well, and that Russia has given those examples that we can follow. So as I protect your right to access to sufficient food, we break for lunch for an hour. So can I request that at around 5 to 2, we start making our way back to the plenary session. Thank you.
Fantastic. Welcome. Picture. It's always difficult when you've got to manage time.
You want this one? Which one do you want? Which one do you prefer? You want this one? Is Simon coming? Or is it just the... Oh, I have one. Okay. You want him here or that side? Okay. Are you coming? Are you coming in? Simon, you can't be a part of all the panels, man. Only one. I thought you'd give me a chance to play one of the panels. Will you make yourself?
But Niva, I think we need a caucus before.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is
Welcome back, everyone. We are going to start with our next plenary session. And I do know that it's quite difficult to settle down after having lunch, but can I ask that people settle down so we can start with our next plenary session? Thank you.
Sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back after lunch. I hope the room fills up in due course. So welcome to this afternoon's panel discussion on the development as well as the importance of an integrated policy approach with respect to industrial policy, trade, and competition policies. My name is Rina Dasnaya. I am the Acting Director at the Center for Competition Regulation and Economic Development and an Associate Professor in the School of Economics at the University of Johannesburg. So just to set the scene for today's lively discussion, which I can assure you it's going to be, we heard yesterday from the Honorable Deputy Minister of the DTIC, Mr. Zuko Godlimpi, in his keynote address about the role of competition policy in supporting industrial policy. If you recall, he outlined a number of ways in which this could be done. He highlighted that it could be through a focus on priority sectors that contribute to export-led growth. He talked a lot about reducing barriers to entry, and this is an important theme that the panel will continue discussing today. And he also talked about overcoming market access challenges, particularly for challenger firms or new entrants. We also heard in subsequent panels yesterday about some of the inherent tensions between industrial policy and competition policy that emerge, and that also feeds in quite well in some of the discussions we have today. Historically in South Africa, and this is not news to anybody here, industrial and trade policies have strongly been biased towards large lead firms in strategic markets in South Africa. And this has led, as we know, to some very high levels of concentration at key nodes in various value chains, which has affected negatively inclusive participation in different markets. Barriers to entry remain high, and SMME participation in the formal sector remains quite weak in comparison to many other countries, including some of our neighboring countries. This, of course, has implications on inclusive growth, structural transformation, and employment generation, all of which are very important for South Africa's economic, social, and environmental development objectives. So going forward, to effectively meet these objectives, a key question is, how should industrial and trade policy be designed for challenger firms? So it's no longer about supporting necessarily your national champions or your lead firms, but how can trade and industrial policy be designed for challenger firms and new entrants? And the arguments that arise when we have these discussions are around how industrial-led growth and trade policies and their implementation tools need to have competition principles embedded in them in order to support challenger firms and to lower barriers to entry. But what does this really look like in practice? I think throughout the course of yesterday, we talked about the greater collaboration that is needed between agencies to achieve this. But what does this mean in practice? And these are some of the things we'll discuss today. On the other hand, we should also appreciate that competitive markets actually increase the efficacy of industrial and trade policy tools. So they do definitely go hand in hand. What we can't avoid in this discussion, and I hope this comes out in robust debate, is the question of how powerful role players or actors shape and design outcomes of policy, be it industrial policy, trade policy, or competition policy. This is absolutely essential to understand why we are in the situation that we are and how things can change going forward. Key questions also arise around when are competition, industrial, and trade policies mutually enforcing, and when are they actually mutually harmful? When do they work against each other? So these are also some interesting debates that our panel members will be tackling today. So with that brief introduction, and also because I probably won't get a chance to speak again, given it's a short session, let me introduce you to our panel members. First, we have Dr. Niva Magetla. Niva is a senior economist at Trade and Industrial Policy Strategies, known to most of us as TIPS. She was Deputy Director General for Economic Policy in the previous Economic Development Department, and she was lead economist for the Development Planning and Implementation Division at the Development Bank of Southern Africa. She has also worked in the presidency and other government departments and was head of COSATU, the COSATU Policy Unit. Next we have Fiona, Professor Fiona Trigena. Fiona holds the South African Research Chair in Industrial Development and is a professor of economics at the University of Johannesburg, and she's associated with SOAS, University of London as well. Fiona has served on many bodies. I don't think I have time to read all of them, but the bios are all in the app. She has also served on the Competition Tribunal as a part-time member and has advised various international organizations. So welcome, Neva and Fiona. Third, we have the only gentleman on our panel.
Token gentleman.
He says token gentleman. We have Mr. Ayabonga Tawe. He is the Chief Commissioner of the International Trade Administration Commission, or ITAC, and previously Special Advisor to the former Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition. He's also a member of the Presidential Economic Advisory Council and a sessional lecturer in the School of Economics and Finance at the University of Witwatersrand. I see he's glancing over at my page to see what else I've got here. I'm stopping there. And we're also very privileged to be joined by two online panelists. The first is Dr. Christina Kafara. Christina, is she online? Okay, let me just introduce her. Dr. Christina Kafara is the co-founder of CEPR, Competition Research Policy Network, and an honorary professor in University College London. I know most of you here know Christina. She has been an active participant in the competition community for a very long time. She headed the competition team of Charles River Associates, CRA, in Europe for 17 years, and then set up Keystone Europe as managing partner. She has since transitioned from economic consulting into an independent role as commentator. But while she was a consultant, she's appeared as an expert witness in many high-profile competition cases. And last but certainly not least, we have Ms. Elizabeth Baltsan. Beth, if you don't mind me calling you Beth. Beth serves as Counselor for Trade and Investment Policy to the U.S. Trade Representative. Beth previously served as an attorney at USTR and has worked in the Office of International Affairs at the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board, including on investigating banking practices. She's also served as Democratic Trade Counsel for the House Ways and Means Committee. So that, ladies and gents, is our audience, our panel members for today, and I welcome all of you to today's discussion. And perhaps I can start with you, Neva. Given South Africa's unique history and development trajectory, what have been some of your observations on the limitations of competition policy in creating more inclusive participation and growth as envisaged by some of the industrial and trade policies that we see?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I think that what's important is that we remember that competition policy arose in Europe and the US really to ensure that existing markets and industries ran competitively and fairly, not actually to restructure them fundamentally. No? So you had already developed economies, and the aim was to ensure that if people try and acquire too much market power or just do it through the nature of the economy, that can be broken up. And that means the systems were set up to deal with issues as they arise out of the activity of firms, not to proactively say, how do we change the structure of production and ownership? How do we change the spatial economy? And now more recently, how do we deal with the transition to a cleaner economy? And those are all the things industrial policy has to look at. So I would argue we tend to act like there are synergies, and there are, but they're fundamentally different ways of approaching economic policy. And I think it's particularly an issue for South Africa because we have such an extreme deformation of the economy as a result of our very peculiar history. And there's couple of specific things I can mention, which is particularly that the destruction of African farming and businesses mean that we have much lower levels of self-employment, and that means much lower levels of family-owned businesses and very small businesses than the norm in upper middle-income countries. So less than 5% of South Africans are self-employed. In China, it's 25%. In other upper middle-income countries, it's 17%. And so when you remember that our employment ratio, so 40% of adults are employed in South Africa compared to 60% elsewhere, a huge chunk of that deficit is because of this lack of very small business. Yeah? And then the second place where you can see a really clear difference is the dominance of mining in our exports. So over half of our exports are basically mining-based. Actually, it's more than that if you include downstream chemicals that are based on coal. And in other upper middle income countries, even excluding China, it's only a third. So, and that includes fuels. So even the petrostates, even if you bring them in, we are just much more development than most upper middle income countries on mineral exports. But it only generates 3% of employment, and it tends to support heavy industry in the value chain, so capital goods and metals refining and metal structures. But light industry, which is how you could create jobs through industrialization, tends to be very weak. And in this context, we have a competition policy which plays an important role, but is set up to regulate interactions between established businesses and consumers. It's not really set up to say proactively, how do we develop new kinds of production or producers that would address these very peculiar structures that we inherited. And I would argue there's three main issues that arise from that. Firstly, they can't strategically decide what cases they want. The cases come to them. So if you want to say, okay, they've been trying to promote worker ownership, they can't say, well, where do we want worker ownership in the economy? They have to say, if you come to us and say you want a merger, we can make worker ownership a condition. But we can't say, actually, what companies should have a degree of worker ownership if we really want to broaden out ownership and control, as well as incomes across the economy. So it tends to be quite reactive in that sense. They have made some efforts in terms of supply chain, and like I said, ESOPs, but again, it tends to be very patchy. And the second problem that arises is they don't really have systems in place or platforms to ensure backup from other parts of industrial policy. So they can say to Walmart when they take over, what's it, Gain? Yeah, that they have to put some money into local procurement, but they can't guarantee that the DTIC will support the firms they need that will provide what they want. Yeah? So that kind of alignment, there's no platforms for that. Yeah? And then finally, they didn't inherit particularly monitoring or enforcement capacity. So they can put these conditions on, but they'll say themselves, well, people are here, they can tell me, but I have heard, they will even come to us, and we'll have to say, well, how do we monitor it? How do we know what's actually happened? Have these conditions actually been adhered to, and have they had the desired outcomes? So really what I'd like to end up saying is, I think it's an important tool, but we tend to look at it because they have quite a lot of power and overburden it doing things that the rest of industrial policy should be doing, because it seems like the legal framework is already in place. But we're not really saying, but is it the kind of legal framework you need to bring about structural change? It wasn't set up for that. How would we actually have to change that legal framework and the institutions that support it in order to make it really support structural change of the kind that South Africa rather desperately needs? Thanks.
Thanks, Niva. Quite a few thoughts have sparked in my head, but I think I'm going to just wait and ask my questions at the end, or my comments at the end. But Fiona, moving on to you and building upon what Niva has said, what are some of the implications of this interface between industrial policy, trade policy, and competition policy on the bigger industrialization, or in the case of South Africa, deindustrialization picture that we've seen over the years?
Thanks, Rena, and thanks to the organizers. I'm really happy to have been invited to be part of this important and historic conference. So I think in terms of industrial policy and the coordination and alignment between these different domains that you've mentioned, we've seen in recent years the resurgence, the reemergence, the growing emphasis on industrial policy globally, whereas as has often been said, at some time it was a dirty word, not acceptable in all national contexts. I think now it's increasingly recognized that all countries around the world use industrial policy. They don't always call it that, sector strategies, inflation reduction, and so on. But everyone is using industrial policy, although there's obviously differences in terms of what's regarded as the appropriate objectives and appropriate tools of getting there. We talk a lot in South Africa about the need for policy alignment, and I think for good reason. And this is a case in point. The alignment between let's start with industrial policy. You could have the best industrial policy on paper. If you've got macroeconomic policy that's not well aligned and supportive, the industrial policy will not meet the desired outcomes. And then it becomes all too easy to blame the industrial policy. If we look at industrial policy, trade policy, competition policy, for me, I can't even really separate these out and say these are separate policy domains. I mean, it's parts of the same policy domain. Sometimes, yes, there might be different emphasis in terms of objectives, there can be trade-offs and so on, but unless these core domains work hand in hand, we won't get the desired effects. And if we think about policy coordination more broadly, there are so many domains of policy that relate directly to these. In addition to macro, as I've already mentioned, we think about energy policy, infrastructure, STI policy, science, technology and innovation, labor market and skills development, and so on. And that's just to talk about horizontal policy coordination, as well as, of course, the vertical policy coordination between different spheres of government. So I think within industrial policy thinking and kind of the structural transformation agenda more broadly, there's always been this kind of micro-macro interface, which pertains in particular to competition policy. And I think probably there's a growing emphasis on looking at firm-level behavior, capabilities, upgrading. Of course, it's not new. You could never have talked about industrial policy without that. But I would say both in terms of the literature and policy, maybe there's a stronger emphasis on that. In the research field, perhaps partially enabled by greater availability of firm-level data than was previously the case in developing countries. So before that, the lack of data constrained some of that, whereas now, for almost all developing countries, there's some firm-level data. And then in terms of policy, it's not just about the alignment of industrial policy and macro policy, but that micro-macro interface within industrial policy. So that, yeah, when we look at our kind of aggregates of manufacturing employment, manufacturing value added, productivity growth, and so on, these are the sums of what firms are doing. So we've got to think through firm-level upgrading, productivity growth, and so on, as the micro foundations of structural transformation. And of course, this aligns so strongly with competition policy, which is naturally dealing with market structure and firm-level behavior. So I'm really glad that this panel is thinking through and grappling with this two-way relationship. Also wanted to underscore the particular importance of this interface for inclusivity. Inclusivity sometimes just becomes a bit jargonistic. Okay, inclusive and sustainable industrial development, inclusive and sustainable this and that. But what does an inclusive industrial development pathway actually mean? Because it's not always inclusive. And here we're thinking through different dimensions of inclusivity. Race, gender, different demographic things, spatial, firm size, and so on. And I think where competition policy is coming in particular is about the opening up of the productive structure. Because when we look at the barriers to entry, we call it barriers to entry, and obviously one aspect is constraining new entrants, challenger firms. Challenger firms, I think, is broader. It's not only new entrants. It's also small firms that are already there. So it's barriers to entry, but it's also barriers to growth, barriers to diversification, barriers to expansion. So where we have an economic structure that has those constraints built in, it's limiting the entry of new firms, small firms. It's also limiting opportunities for the growth of our existing firms of different sizes. And of course, that growth is what's needed for employment creation. And constraining that, even when we think in terms of upgrading, competitiveness and so on, constraining that space limits the scope for learning by doing, for strengthening of productive capabilities and so on. When we think about exports, yes, domestic markets are obviously crucial in their own right for meeting consumption needs, for employment creation and so on. But they're also important as a springboard for firms to upgrade and to become competitive in export markets. It's very unlikely, I mean, it's not impossible, but it's very unlikely that a firm can directly parachute. You start up a new firm and you go straight to exporting only, right? Without first building productive capacities through domestic markets. And I mean, I think even when we look internationally, this is the story of the successful exporters of today. So having those highly concentrated markets and barriers to entry, it's constraining that entire springboarding and development process. So thinking in terms of our Competition Act and the public interest provisions in it, although there are various public interest provisions in the Act, there's some which tend to come through most commonly in cases. Obviously, the employment provisions come up a lot. And with the concomitant protection then built in. The provisions around historically disadvantaged persons come up a lot. Not as much as employment, but still quite frequently. And I think increasingly the provision, I think it's E, about the greater spread of ownership. I think it's increasingly been coming up in maybe last 5, 8 years, I would say. The other provisions in terms of effects on a particular industrial sector or region, ability of national industries to compete in international markets and so on, the ability of small and medium businesses to enter into the market. I think these come up less in case law. It might be interesting to grapple with why that is. I think they, on the one hand, maybe they're less tangible. You can say, these 37 jobs are at risk, and you can build in a condition to deal with that. Some of the other ones are a bit less tangible, but no less important. So I think one way in which, excuse me, one way in which this interface with industrial development and competition policy comes in is through those broader range of public interest provisions. I mean, of course, in any policy environment, but perhaps even more so in one like ours with such a range of pressing challenges, it would be naive to think that there's no potential tensions between objectives. And I think we should openly grapple with that. There's these multiple challenges, so balancing these is not always straightforward in practice. If we look at large firms, yes, they were generally less labor-intensive, but they're also generally more technologically advanced. They benefit more from economies of scale. They're better placed typically to compete internationally. So if we think about the role of national champions, we don't want to crush that, right? But it's about how they behave. So with barriers to entry, the next generation of national champions may never be given the chance to emerge. And I think it's also important to underscore that when we're talking about barriers to entry, in South Africa, those barriers to entry are inherently racialized. So it's not just about opening up the economy to small firms. It's also specifically to black-owned firms and black-controlled firms. So if competition policy fails in its role to enable the opening up of the economy, and of course that's not to put everything on competition policy, it needs to go beyond that. But if we fail in the role of dealing with those barriers to entry and opening up the economy, it's not just small firms suffer in some kind of neutral way. Implicitly, it's entrenching the current racialized structure of the economy, of patterns of ownership and control. So we do need those advanced large firms. We do need national champions, but we need them to behave in ways that don't block the emergence of other firms. And that's where the regulatory framework comes in, because we can't just count on private firms to do that of their own free will. Thanks.
Great. Thanks very much, Fiona. I'm going to move right on to Aya to bring in the trade policy interface. We've heard a lot about the industrial policy interface and the kind of requirements there to create a fairer playing field for small entrants or challenger firms, while still having the national champions, but their behavior needs to be regulated in some way. But Aya, on the trade policy and competition policy interface, much has been pretty well understood by now around the impact of foreign competition on local market development. In South Africa, however, we see numerous examples of where trade policy has actually or continues to only protect the large incumbents. Duties or tariffs tend to protect the large incumbent firms. And this is really contrary to the objectives of widening participation and inclusion, or even promoting competition on the merits. So it's not always the best firm that wins because of these kind of artificial barriers that are in place. What are some of your thoughts on how trade policy might be in conflict with competition policy, given these kind of examples that we see?
Thank you very much, Rina, and thank you to the organizers of this conference for really convening what I think is an important discussion. I think you are right that there's often this contradiction in not only the outcomes that are sought, but the outcomes that are observed between regulatory interventions in trade policy terms and those that are often done in industrial and even competition policy. I did have the fortune for a little while to work with some colleagues who I see in the room here, Mohammed, Brian, Musa, and a few others, on some of the public interest matters arising from Section 12A3 of the Competition Act that Fiona was speaking to. And I think what became immediately apparent to me as we started to deal, after I left the ministry to work on trade issues, was that there are also, at the level of theory and scholarship, deep distinctions about the locus of intervention. So if you look at an industrial and competition policy, the locus of intervention is often sectors, sub-industry, value chains. Whereas in trade terms, both in trade defense measures and even in amendments of customs duties, you're looking at a product level, and sometimes even the minutiae of a product level. So you're looking at a tariff heading at an 8-digit level that is for a particular product in a particular sector that is facing either unfair price competition from foreign exporters and all manner of other challenges. And so I think that's the first kind of divergence, really, that the instruments themselves are not designed to deal with value chain relationships and power dynamics alongside or within the economic structure. That's the first one. But I think the second element to it, which is probably much more fundamental, kind of relates to the point that Niva and Fiona have been raising about the limits of proactive regulatory intervention. So in many instances in trade, we deal with what we are given. A firm comes and they apply, and we deal with a matter. But even in instances where we have the right to self-initiate a review, much like the market inquiries of the competition authorities, there kind of has to be some strategic underpin and policy underpin that informs that. And that itself introduces some limits, because the reality of the situation is that the design of the instrument has to deal with certain kinds of observed harm. And the firms experiencing the injury, as we often say, tend to, in most cases, be very capital-intensive firms, dominant incumbent positions. They are lead firms. And so the factor mix, or what some might call the organic composition of capital in some of these sectors, is one that often is reliant on large capital investment, tend to be much more capital intensive than some of the SMMEs that we're talking about. And so I think that is a big problem, that most people who come to us for support are oligopolies and in some cases are textbook monopolies. I mean, we are dealing with a matter at the moment, and I can say it because I think the initiation and the process of all of it is public, where you've got a yeast manufacturer that is the dominant manufacturer in the market. Yeast that not only goes into bread, but goes into beer, but goes into so many other things. But because of our own political economy and the history from which we come, that is not an outlier. It's actually very commonplace in a lot of the product markets where we've had to intervene. So I think often the incumbents themselves, because of their market position in a small open market economy competing against other players who have scale economies, benefit from structural overcapacity if you think about what's happening in steel, benefit from subsidies if you think of what's happening in the Eurozone and agricultural subsidies. The firms that you have to protect as a result of that history tend to be those large firms and large incumbents. Now, to what degree then does our policy reinforce the barriers to entry? Well, inadvertently, because of design factors, it would do so. Because it not only kind of has a design at a product level, but also the instruments themselves make very unrealistic assumptions about competition in these markets. So if you look at anti-dumping measures, just as an example, anti-dumping measures make a normative assumption about ordinary course of trade, and that all economies will operate under free market principles. South Africa's own anti-dumping regulations, if you go and read them, assume as a normative standard that there is perfect market competition, as would be the case in Economics 101. And the reality of the situation is that rather than assuming imperfect competition as the reality, we start off from the wrong assumption. And as a result, we end up chasing our tail and trying to put in place kind of constructed values, imposing particular market situation requirements to deal with a global subsidy race and structural overcapacity as we experience it. And so inadvertently, yes, that ends up blocking new entrants. But one of the things we are observing, Rina, is that, this is not opportunity for us to just kind of hang our heads in shame and just give up. There are opportunities we are observing, especially in labor-intensive forms of manufacturing, in the clothing, textile, footwear, and leather sector, and in furniture, for instance, where you do have a sizable proportion of firms that happen to be small firms. So if you look in the footwear and the apparel sector, you still have cut, make, trim players who are still critical to those supply chains. Same in furniture, you still have kind of relatively smaller players who might not take up a large share of the production, but still are in the market. And where we issue rebates, one of the things we are considering is to what degree do we use the block exemptions that the competition authorities have created for SMMEs to begin to incentivize economic organization among the smaller guys to access the incentive. Because you kind of have a bit of a coordination failure in that a small furniture upholsterer in Tembisa is unable to fill up a container to make use of a textile rebate alone. They can't do it alone. Yeah. They do need others to come together if we are all kind of importing the same viscose, if I assume, to fill that container and therefore be able to change their terms of incorporation into that particular market in a way that kind of takes some of the share of the market away from the big incumbents. So we're exploring that certainly in some of our rebates in the clothing sector. And similarly now there's a matter we focused on in the furniture sector where we're saying all of the small players in this market are faced with a common challenge. They can't access the rebates that allow them to be more cost competitive in relation to imports coming in. And they can't do that because their order sizes are so small. And so in a way, that's an example of how something that sits in the domain of competition might enable in our own toolbox some meaningful change and incorporation of SMMEs. Maybe then just a last point, and it's linked to the earlier point I was making, that our instruments assume perfect competition in ways that are not empirically grounded. And I mean, this is not unique to South Africa, but if you read the WTO agreements on anti-dumping, on countervailing instruments which deal with subsidies, the assumption is that, all of the instruments we talk about in industrial policy, be it from kind of direct on-budget funding to tax incentives to input cost management, so like relatively cheaper electricity and so on, which is a big part of the Chinese solar story, if you think about how much electricity goes into making polysilicon. All of those things, if you read the countervailing agreement of the WTO and even the South African countervailing regulations, all of those things would effectively be countervailable interventions. So it's things that are frowned upon in the trade policy framework, and yet all of the countries within the WTO in some shape or form have these subsidies, be it for exports, be it for domestic production and all of those things. And I think part of the problem, certainly in the interface between trade and competition and industrial policy and harmonizing it, is to also confront some of these kind of sacred and holy cows as they relate to the edifice we've designed in the framework of the WTO, which makes one, empirically ungrounded assumptions about free competition, but in addition to that is also kind of earmarking particular forms of public support for industrial change and structural transformation, and earmarking those as things that are anathema to the type of trade environment that we want. And I think that that might be a good place for us to begin to think through how it is that we not only incorporate, as the kind of US legislation on countervailing is starting to do, environmental, labor, and other issues, but we begin to think about how market structure issues and unfavorable market structure outcomes can be incorporated in the day-to-day functioning of our trade instruments.
Great, thanks so much, Aryan. Thank you for that example that also very neatly shows what an kind of better collaboration and the interface between trade policy and competition policy could be in the case of the block exemptions for the SMMEs. I think that illustrated the point very well. And now we've heard a little bit about the South African experience, and I'd like to turn to my two international panelists who have been waiting patiently online. And Christina, I'm going to start with you. What are the experiences of Europe and the US in terms of this integrated policy approach that we've been speaking about this afternoon to industrial development, trade, and competition? And how has this changed over time? And if there are any lessons, of course, that we can learn, we'd like to hear your views on that. Thanks. Oh, Christina? Sorry, we can't.
Oh, I can see. I can unmute myself. Apologies. Can you hear me properly?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, first of all, let me thank the organizers. I'm delighted to be here. I'm only sorry not to be able to be there in person. This is, of course, a historic, important conference, as you said at the beginning. And I am evidently the only hardcore competition specialist in this group. So I would like to really bring that perspective, but really in this conversation, what is already incredibly notable is that we're having a conversation between someone like me who comes from the hardcore competition world and the range of incredible intellectual and policy competencies that are in this panel. And this is, I think, a sign for how extraordinary the change in the conversation has been in the last few years. I remember coming to South Africa, as you say, I used to come quite often as a competition expert years ago, and the discussion at the time was about how different the South African approach was, with emphasis on public interest, for example, from the way in which we in Europe and the US were practicing antitrust. There's a much more focused, narrow endeavor. And I think one major change that has occurred in the US first and in Europe has really been this incredible pendulum swing in the last 5-6 years. Competition enforcement, the era of competition enforcement as some sort of pure standalone endeavor with a priesthood of lawyers and economists practicing this religion, this arcane religion, in their own kind of secretive ways, that era has come to an end. And this has been clearest in the US for someone sort of practicing there, but Europe is still somewhat struggling with this, but it is certainly moving. There is a common direction of movement. And the reason is, of course, the fundamental change in the political economy that we've experienced in the recent past. This notion that somehow competition policy needs to be, again, worshipping the altar of efficiency, the lodestar of efficiency, was inflicted upon us at a particular time as a particular policy view. We seem to think in competition policy circles that what we've been doing for the last 30 years has been pure, has been apolitical. In fact, as we know, it's been the product of a very clear political economy shift that was originated in the 80s under President Reagan with the complicity of Wall Street and the Chicago School. Everyone is familiar with the story, but it is important to remind ourselves that that is the origin of this. And this is what we've been preaching for the last 30, 40 years. So it is, when I am confronted by people saying you want competition policy to become political, the answer is it is political. It has been political all of this time in the US and Europe. We just didn't really appreciate or really understand the consequences of this. And the consequences have been very clear. Increased concentration, increased inequality, workers left somehow by the wayside, incidental damage, as cannon fodder pretty much. So the lodestar of efficiency has been exposed really for what it is. The whole of the Washington consensus, this idea of free trade trickle-down paradigm has been again exposed for what they are. They are a deliberate, highly political view of the world. And so we cared as competition economists about price and output. Is there a restriction of output? Are prices going up? Oh, yes, we also care about quality and innovation. But in reality, most of it was hung around the notion of efficiency. And much as in the famous expression, there's an app for that, you cannot come up with a form of conduct or a practice by a firm that I cannot come up with an exculpatory narrative for. It's very much the case that we competition economists and lawyers have been trained to come up with efficiency justification for almost anything under the sun. So this is really the practice of competition as we have pursued it for the last 20 years, certainly in my lifetime as a practitioner. The other change, so we have seen the pendulum swing, and part of the pendulum swing outside of competition, but related to it, is being the rethink that we have seen in the US around industrial policy and trade policy. I mean, Beth will talk about trade, but one would have been defenestrated in DC talking about industrial policy 5 years ago. And yet now one talks almost about very little else. So we've seen very significant initiatives in the US in green energy, in, of course, semiconductors, in initiative policies, funding that has gone to disadvantaged, disenfranchised areas. And of course, again, Beth will talk about the way in which Ambassador Tai and US Trade have transformed the conversation in trade, bringing out anti-monopoly as one of the original animating values of trade, which should be certainly redeveloped and rediscovered. So what we've seen in the US, remarkably, under the last, in the current administration, in the 5 years, has been a parallel shift in paradigm in competition, industrial policy, and trade in ways that were not imaginable before. There's been a significant intellectual discussion around the end of neoliberalism and what comes to replace it. We don't have another paradigm, but certainly we are clear that neoliberalism is over. And so the implications for competition is that we have now a broader lens. We need to think about not just efficiency, but also somewhat fairness about workers, about SMEs. This is no longer anathema. It used to be, but it is very much the kind of policy which is being pursued by the current agencies, by Lina Khan, by Jonathan Kant, by the agencies that are the entire staff of this agency. This is the thinking. And there is a clear awareness that competition policy is a tool of economic policy. It's not, again, some arcane endeavor over here. It is a tool of competition policy. Indeed, it is about the ownership of assets. And competition policy is capable, in principle, of deciding about the allocation of assets. So if that isn't economic policy, I don't know what is. In Europe, we are behind. And I'm sorry to say, the neoclassical paradigm that I alluded to has persisted for longer, is still alive and well. There has not been an equivalent intellectual discussion of the implications of the end of neoliberalism. And this is something I lament consistently. We have had nothing like the intellectual academic discussion that has been so lively in the United States. So we've had a siloing of competences. Competition is over here. Trade is over here. The two never shall meet. Industrial policy, we have a very hysterical discussion in competition circles about industrial policy, because in Europe there is still a vision that somehow competition and industrial policy are in conflict because industrial policy can only mean national champions. That is a fallacy that needs to be overcome, because industrial policy is not only about industrial champions. There will be some kind of crazy politicians in member states who want to pursue the national champion policy, but this is not what it should be about. IRA in the US has not been about national champion. Lina Khan has written op-eds, others have written articles explaining how industrial policy is not national champions. There is a distinction. You want to uplift a sector, help SMEs, help them with investments. So it isn't about powering up the big guy. So this hysterical discussion that in Europe has held back any form of interfacing between competition and industrial policy needs to come to an end. And it needs to do so because, and I'll conclude, we are in a very difficult spot. We have had reports issued recently, former Italian Prime Minister Letta, former Italian Prime Minister and head of the bank, ECB, Draghi, is issuing his report next week, but it is widely circulated already. And both of these reports are a damning analysis of this economic circumstances in Europe, a strong recommendation for a much more muscular industrial policy. And in that context, we need to again knit together industrial policy, trade, and competition, because competition has got to be one of the inspiring themes of this future that is ahead of us. You can bet that the next commission, the one that's starting now in Europe, the next mandate, will be very explicitly about industrial policy, because we have no choice in Europe. We have to power up entire sectors that are dragging, where we don't have even capabilities and competences at the moment. So that is an inevitability. And competition policy can choose to become irrelevant and play over there, do a couple of pathetic little enforcement cases on irrelevant little forms of conduct, or it can come out and play with the adults. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Christina. And apologies for interrupting a very, very interesting conversation that you were having, and I could see you were getting into it, and I had to cut you short, so sorry about that. I'd like to quickly move on to Beth, because I think Christina has said some of the things that, Beth, you wanted to pick up on, in particular with regards to trade policy in the US and the interface with competition policy. But Beth, perhaps you can touch a little bit more on the role of the powers that have shaped the trajectory of trade policy and competition policy interface in the US, because there might be some very valuable lessons for South Africa in that regard. So Beth, over to you.
Thank you so much, and it's wonderful to be able to join you. I love this conversation. Let me first say Ambassador Tai wanted to join. She has a conflict, and it's a tough act to follow, Christina, but I want to point people to Ambassador Tai's participation in a conference that Christina had in January. If people want to hear directly Ambassador Tai's views on these issues, James Hodge was there as one of the panelists. So you can't have her today, but you can still see what she had to say on some of these issues. There are a couple of ways to approach this. I think, as Christina has explained, in the United States, we are in the process of breaking down these silos. And that's part of figuring out what a post-neoliberal economy is going to look like. You can't have competition policy, industrial policy, and trade policy all operating in separate lanes. You need to make sure that people are talking to each other. I think one of the signature changes in the United States is President Biden's creation of a competition council with different heads of agencies on that council who were able to talk to each other about competition issues. And Ambassador Tai is a member of that council. I will say we do find inspiration in South Africa, that South Africa has been ahead of the curve in understanding the ways in which competition policy is a core element of driving a more inclusive and just domestic economy. So that is something that we have borne in mind as we've thought about our work. One of the issues that we have raised this year in particular, as we think about breaking down these silos and building out what we would call a post-neoliberal, post-Chicago school vision of the economy, is to look back at what the original vision was during and after World War II for the multilateral trading system. Here we see that they were very much aware that these should not be siloed conversations. I think it's also important to point out that developing economies had a very, very prominent role in those negotiations. So many of us are familiar with the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade. That was principally tariff cuts in 1947. There was a charter, a code of economic ethics that was supposed to go along with the GATT. That was the International Trade Organization charter that was signed in 1948. It's worth reading that document. It's available on the WTO website to see how they talk about development policy, the need for industrialization. They had labor rules, and that was a request of Latin American countries who were worried that if you didn't have protections for workers, you were going to get a race to the bottom and that they would be disadvantaged. But for purposes of this conversation, also a recognition, there was an entire chapter on restrictive business practices, a whole set of anti-monopoly rules that were designed not only to address private power, concentrated private economic power, but also a recognition that governments can also act as monopolies. And I want to pick up on what Christina was mentioning about national champions. We want to bear that in mind, that it's not just private power that can be a concern, but also those government type of monopolies. We saw that in the 30s out of Germany. The architects of those rules were also concerned about the Soviet model going forward. So the goal there was to make sure that we were mitigating dominance, because that kind of dominance was going to be contrary to the kind of peace and prosperity that the founders of that system were looking for. On just further to this question of industrial policy and competition policy, I want to point to Professor Tim Wu and the work that he has done. He was, of course, one of the great minds behind the President's Competition Council. He's been quite clear in his writings that competition policy in the United States is industrial policy, and that in the 70s, for example, when we started to break up some of the big companies, that was a spur for innovation. That was good for small and medium-sized enterprises. Lastly, just to pick up on what the Chief Commissioner was saying, I appreciate so much the challenging of assumptions that were baked into the WTO, starting with perfect competition. This is a real contrast to what we saw with the International Trade Organization charter in the 1940s. They had a much more pragmatic and realistic assumption about how the economy worked. This concept of perfect competition is deeply problematic because it assumes that anything you do to try to address unfair competition is somehow distortive of an otherwise perfect market. And that is a real issue that we need to deal with in trade policy, because people do come to trade policy with the assumption that we have perfect competition in the global marketplace. So for us in 2024, we are really actively thinking about the lessons that we can draw from that original vision for trade after World War II, and see what aspects of those lessons are applicable to our circumstances today. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Beth. And thank you to all the panelists. I think we can go straight to the audience. We don't have much time. And we can take maybe a round of 3 questions. Yeah. Any hands?
It's after lunch.
It's after lunch, clearly.
Yeah, people are full.
So a hand at the back there. Thank you. If you could also just say who you're directing your question to.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the presentations. My question relates to global trade, particularly the non-functionality of the WTO, more specifically the appellate division of the WTO is non-functional, meaning many kind of global south nations cannot take up cases of trade and trade cases at the WTO. So we have a non-functional trade regime globally. And then number two, to the US representative, the Inflation Reduction Act, which is misnamed, is essentially a vast industrial policy. Apparently, there's $700 billion of subsidies that's going for US firms to be competitive. That also technically falls foul of WTO rules and makes US companies ultra competitive vis-a-vis poorer, less developing countries. So how does the global south nations like South Africa, India, etc., compete against these super subsidies, the IRA in the US and the CBAM in Europe, which is also seen as green trade barriers, which will affect exports from South Africa or Africa going into the global markets?
Thanks very much. Is there another, we can probably take another 2 questions before we come back to the panelists. No? Okay, while the audience thinks of questions, I think we can turn to the panelists to answer. I think Aya and Beth.
No, I think it's a fascinating question. I didn't get the brother's name.
Sorry, if you could just introduce yourself as well. Thank you.
My name is Ashraf from IGD UNISA.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Ashraf, for that question, because I think it's also a very timely question. And maybe 2 things I'd like to say on that. I think the logjam of the appellate division of the WTO is a political decision by particular interests in the global distribution of power who have a vested interest in continuing with the uneven and unequal exchange dynamics between the developed world and the underdeveloped world. What do I mean by this? If you look at this practice that has emerged of appealing into a void. So I have an issue with Ashraf's country. I am country A. Ashraf has levied anti-dumping duties against my lemon juice exports to his country, ostensibly on a scientific basis, but that has nothing to do with science. I really have no recourse at the moment aside from appealing into a void because the appellate division is not properly constituted to deal with that matter. So effectively, the multilateral order that has been developed post-1945, as Beth was saying, is in a space of crisis. Now, people don't like it when I say this, and I should not maybe say this in front of Deputy Minister Kodlimbi, but I'm going to say it, that I also think there are opportunities arising from that logjam for developing countries, insofar as exploring the policy space to do some of the things that we are being encouraged not to do in pursuit of free competition. So my experience is that South Africa is probably sometimes more pious than the Pope when it comes to compliance to the strictures of the WTO. And yet, when many of our own citrus exports can't go into the EU, many of those countries that put up those barriers feel that they are justified to do so. Even your point around CBAM. CBAM is not only green protectionism, but it's green protectionism as part of another framework of green imperialism, where certain raw materials are being extracted from the developing world in order to bolster the kind of emission ambitions of many countries in the developed world who are dabbling in double speak that certainly, I guess, could give a lot of us cause for discomfort. So I do think there are many of those things. I mean, you could even take the price support that the Indian government gives to farmers. They call it public stock holding. There was a big fight a decade ago at the Bali conference of the WTO to allow India and many other countries who have these measures, and these are simple measures aimed at accepting that there's price volatility for staples globally, and that all manner of price formation mechanisms, including financial derivatives markets, end up creating an outcome where the prices of things people need to survive are influenced by dynamics beyond their control. And the Indian government subsequently then said, we're going to intervene in at least ensuring that there's a minimum price for particular products that small-scale farmers are producing. It's still a big fight within the WTO that the Indian government is doing that. And it's certainly some of the views that we have that South Africa, with the challenges that it has, and the decimation of an agrarian layer in our society and closing of prospects for self-employment that Neva was talking about, those are some of the things that we should be thinking about here in South Africa as well. But at the moment, because we, I guess, have an ambition, Ashraf, of being more pious than the Pope in relation to the WTO, we are a bit reluctant on that. So I'll pause there because I might end up saying many other things that might not make any people happy.
Thanks, Aya. I think just on this question around trade, I don't know, Beth, if you'd like to step in for a minute. We are running out of time, so yeah, if you have any thoughts on the trade issues that have been raised. Thank you.
Yes, I'll attempt to be brief. I think this is going to get in the vein of continuing to challenge assumptions. So on dispute settlement and the post-45 world, we should remember that the GATT dispute settlement system was different than what's under the WTO, and there was no appellate body. And that it wasn't perfect, but it held up until 1995. I used to be a WTO litigator, so I have firsthand experience. I think it's really important to understand that one of I understand why this is viewed as a North-South issue, and I'm sympathetic to those concerns. Ambassador Tai has said one of the things that broke the system was actually the major litigation between the US and the EU, and that the system wasn't designed to actually handle that kind of litigation. And in my experience as a litigator there, it started turning into American-style litigation at the WTO. So I think we should be a little bit careful before we assume that this is an effort by countries like the United States to disadvantage less developed economies. I also want to make sure we understand, I do think the conversation about dispute settlement tends to swallow the entire conversation about the WTO. There is still a negotiating function. There's still a convening function. The opportunity for ministers to meet. I went to Abu Dhabi in February. Please don't underestimate the value. I believe some of the best conversations we had in Abu Dhabi were bilateral meetings with countries from Africa, for example. And it is through the WTO that Ambassador Tai has developed such a close working relationship with South Africa on trade. I also want to flag, we are participating in discussions at the WTO. We're pursuing interest-based discussions when it comes to dispute settlement reform, where instead of countries showing up with pieces of paper and negotiating positions, they talk about what they want out of the system. And that gives some of the smaller countries the opportunity to talk about what they want out of the system. How can they participate in a system? WTO litigation is very expensive and time consuming. So hopefully we can see that course as an opportunity for everyone to participate and see how their interests can be represented in whatever comes out of that process. On the Inflation Reduction Act, something I think is important to recognize is when it comes to the WTO, the US commitments, our bound tariff rate is 3.2%, which is smaller than any other major economy. We opened up our markets in a system that, as the Chief Commissioner was describing, was based on a theory of perfect competition. We have experienced deindustrialization in the United States as well. I will say, part of the vision for the post-World War II order was to recognize that you had to have rules that allowed market-oriented democracies to survive. We have to reindustrialize parts of the United States as a matter of good governance for us. And this is something I have said in other places, but I think all democracies have a vested interest in making sure that US democracy is sound and robust. And for all of us, that means economic security for working people. That's a conversation we want to continue to have with our trading partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Beth. I recognize that the conversation has steered very much towards trade issues. And I'm going to abuse my power for a minute here just to highlight some of the work that we're doing at the center around the implications of sort of increasing sustainability requirements on producers in South Africa in the case of due diligence requirements in CBAM, and what that means for the participation of SMMEs in these global value chains. So this is something that is of great interest to the research we're doing as well. I think we have run out of time. Harry has stopped showing me signs, which means we're done. I am thinking 1 minute to just wrap up based on also reactions of what other panelists have said, as well as what the audience have said, but it has to be a strict 1 minute. And Neva, I'm going to start with you.
So unfair.
Is that unfair? You've been quiet, so I have to start with you. Just last thoughts on this, on what role should competition policy play in shaping industrial policy and vice versa. So,
yeah, no, I would just say that this issue of alignment.
Alignment.
We keep talking about it. We don't really say, why is it so hard? And how do you manage the costs and benefits? That it does require people and platforms, and that takes time and energy, and it will, your minister wants the policy in 2 weeks, and if you consult properly with all the other departments to get them on board, it will take 6 months. But having said that, I think that the issue of, I think it's not just about champions and whether industrial policy is inherently in a small economy. How do you get to economies of scale? It's even more about how do you think about structural change, and what are the agencies that can bring about structural change, and what are the agencies that can support them, as opposed to expecting those agencies to lead, where they don't really have the competencies or the mandates.
Thank you. Thanks, Neva. Fiona?
No, thanks. I mean, I think when we look at the competition institutions, they've done a great job in terms of the cases that come to them, mergers, prohibited practices, and so on. And yes, there's the market inquiries, which is to some extent a proactive tool. But sometimes it's important for policymakers to also take a step back, to say, we have these institutions, they're functioning well, they're dealing with the cases which are coming, yet there are these dysfunctionalities in our economy that are constraining genuine transformation, growth, development, and so on. The competition institutions are not going to solve all of those problems. But we've got these institutions along with these enduring structural problems. Is it a legislative issue? It's not like a strat planning discussion. It's a broader political economy discussion to say what needs to change, because it can't be business as usual. Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Fiona. Aya?
No, thanks, Rina, and once again, thanks to the organizers for the invitation. I think a few things. One, we do have to harmonize where we do have proactive instruments that allow us to intervene, but we have to also intervene behind a commonly understood set of outcomes that we all want. I think then the second issue is that if indeed, in the case of trade, we're interested in multilateralism, then it has to be a multilateralism that is commonly understood across the board. It cannot be a multilateralism where all manner of other things, environmental, national security, labor, and other elements, are used as restrictions and barriers to the structural change that Neva was talking about. So it does require a more meaningful discussion, but also unlocking and having a more difficult discussion about our underlying assumptions that we bring to the debate.
Thank you, Aya. Christina?
Well, simply, I think that we in the competition world, we need to drop our prejudice and our conceit around the way in which we think of ourselves and the practice that we are pursuing, and start seeing ways in which we can usefully be infusing values of competition into these other fields of economic policy. This is something that it's on us. To use an expression that was famous in my conference, we are not a side dish, and we shouldn't see ourselves as a side dish when thinking about industrial policy and trade policy. We need to be in the ring. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Beth?
Side dish. Side chick.
Christina's conference was called The Next World Order, and that is something for us to think about. What is the future of multilateralism? What is the future of international economic policy? We have the opportunity to build that out, and I think it's important to seize that opportunity. We want an economy grounded in fair competition and inclusive growth. And that means inclusive growth within the United States, but also across borders. That, for us, would be a great conversation to have as to how we make that happen.
Thank you, Beth. Thank you very much to our panelists. Can we please give them a round of applause? And thank you for the indulgence. We've run a little bit over time. Thanks everyone.
Thanks to you.
Sure.
Thanks, Rina. I am reminded of the African proverb that says, one finger cannot lift a pebble. And I'm just reminded how every time we speak of collaboration, right, this is not a new debate. I remember when I joined the commission a couple of years ago, one of the interview questions that I was asked by Rina herself was, what is the interface between industrial policy and trade policy? And no wonder I didn't get that position, because I had not listened to this plenary. I just need to go back to that day and I would have a better response to that question, Rina. Thank you very much. We are about to go to our last plenary session, so I'll ask James and panel to walk up to the stage. And as they get mic'd up, just a request from us. I wanted to check how far we are with the feedback survey. Did we manage to give the feedback on the app? And if we have not yet done so, can I request that we do so before we leave today? So this is the survey that we spoke about in the beginning, just to give the conference organizers some feedback. What has worked? What has not worked? How do we improve to make our conference better next time? Thank you. So this plenary, moderated by the Chief Economist of the Competition Commission, James Hodge, is going to discuss the evolution of the South African economy and the implications for competition enforcement. One of the main assumptions that I was introduced to when I started my career as an economist was ceteris paribus. I remember I didn't even know how to say this word or words when I started. Nothing remains the same as even though we say so in economics. So James and the panel are going to discuss, as the economy evolves, how does competition enforcement do the same? Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. And we have saved the best for last, of course. We have a fantastic panel I'll introduce in a moment. But as Kelly indicated, and maybe to pick up from the Commissioner's opening speech, we've had a lot of success looking back, but looking forward, we face an incredibly challenging time. The global economy, the local economy is in a state of enormous flux, with the decline of traditional industries, heavily dependent on energy, and the emergence of new industries that will shape the future of this country and also globally. But in addition, those industries are changing the nature of the firm, the relationship between business and labor, and so they do go to threaten, in a sense, some of the fundamentals of even our public interest mandate in South Africa, and also potentially leave behind a transformation mandate if we can't transform the economy of the future rather than the economy of the past. I mean, lastly, the geopolitical context, we're well aware, is seeing a big divide between East and West once more, and that is going to reshape global supply chains and also our trade. So on that, let me introduce the panel. As I said, we have a great panel, and let me start with Deputy Minister Zuko Godlimpi, who touched on this last night. We had the benefit, but he told us that in 2 months we'll see the biggest change that we will maybe expect, and so we're looking forward to hearing that. We've got then Dr. Tabaseng Moleko, who has many hats, but University of Stellenbosch, but also the chair of both the NEF and the Presidential BBBE Advisory Council. And we have Professor Bridget Kenny from the Department of Sociology at WITS. We have Tsepiso Kobile from the South African Venture Capital Association. And finally, we have Tamara Makoka from the Competition Commission, our head of mergers. So let me kick it off. We're going to do 2 rounds of interactions and then open for questions. But at the first sort of starting point, more focusing on the economy, we are at this major inflection point in the global economy. I think the promise of the fourth industrial revolution probably started in the 1990s, but is now really coming to disrupt more seriously. And then the major changes, I mean, we talk of the green economy, but it's completely overhauling a fossil fuel industry with green energy and then contaminating many other sectors as well. So, Deputy Minister, your role is to reindustrialize the country. You need to look at what are the industries of the future and what is the vision for the country's economy in at least 5 years, if not much further. So what do you see as the economy of the future that we as the competition authorities may have to deal with, and what are the challenges in getting there and in promoting a more sustainable economic growth path?
Thank you very much, James. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the panel as well. So last night I did say that I would be sort of looking back so that we foreground our conversation in a bit of a realistic understanding of what the global moment looks like. And I know that the most recent major market shock we all speak about is the COVID-19 pandemic. But I've been screaming for some time that we all seem to have forgotten that the greatest epoch-making external market shock that the world has faced is the 2008 financial crash, and that we're actually still sitting in a post-2008 financial crash period in which we're struggling to recover. And we underestimate how that structural fallout is actually what is precipitating the geopolitical tensions that are playing out globally in the world. And it's important to foreground our discussion in that global context so that we understand what South Africa's economy has to look like and what it has to contend with if we were to do good. But just as a starting point, one of the major things that the South African economy has suffered in the recent period is, of course, our network industries problem, the energy problem, the logistics problem, the water infrastructure problem. Those are things that we need to get right if we are to get the South African economy back to about 3% or 3.5% growth rate. And there's a lot of discussion, of course, about whether even the state monopolies in those industries are not themselves sort of stifling potential growth. And I know that the Competition Commission has discussions before about how it looks at state monopolies. But it's a discussion for a different day. I can challenge you on that. But it does say if we are to recover growth and productively get South Africa's industrial economy back on track, we have to rethink about how do we respond to the industries of the future that are emerging. It's one thing for us to be talking about green industrialization. It doesn't mean that we will not still have an opportunity to build our growth at the back of heavy mining. It's just that we must be thinking about it as heavy mining as inputs into the green industrialization project. So one of the things we're discussing on that front is the possibility of slowing down South Africa's exports of raw critical minerals, but also get the rest of the African continent to slow down on that export. We domesticate production of the inputs into the green industry value chain. That's the first one. The second one is, yes, some of the changes are tech-driven, but the production of food will continue being an objective reality that everybody has got to pursue. The key issue is about how do we transform South Africa's agricultural sector to embrace new technologies, but in a manner that doesn't alienate the historically excluded from engaging in productive enterprise on that front. So the deployment of technology, it depends on us how we politically include the other people into that scope so that output is inclusive as well. One of the major issues that South Africa has got to get right, and which is also an opportunity for us to industrialize better, is the whole thing of transitioning the bulk of our goods transportation from road to rail. If we get that right, we have huge amounts of rail network that we can lay down, which can help us to improve the employment potential of the economy, the growth potential. And to the point that I was teasing you about, the delivery of that rail infrastructure need not be exclusively by Transnet. We have to have a much more competitive environment of how that rail infrastructure is put down on the line. The same in the energy sector. So what we've done with the unbundling of Eskom and the introduction of private investment in the generation side of the grid could be realized as well on the rail side of the equation. And I'm trying to cover here agriculture, tech-related industries, and private infrastructure initiatives as well. And that could very much require the intervention of competition authorities to try and help us into that. Now, for global market dynamics, the COVID experience also taught us something. One of the issues that the president has been bemoaning since that experience was the crisis of precarity that Africa found itself in from the pharmaceuticals front when we needed multiple doses of vaccines. I mean, Canada hoarded something close to 10 times what they needed, and they were not distributing. That was a problem, but it has also invited us to think very seriously about how we grow our competitiveness in the pharmaceutical sector as well. I know that in South Africa now we have one major national champion in the pharmaceutical sector, but we need more people into that space. And that is another space where competition interventions might have to come in. So it's a whole range of sectors of the economy in which we have to get into. I had a meeting with some asset managers 2 days ago. We're asking the same question about infrastructure investment and how we think we should go about that. And I did say that the national fiscus, yes, is going to carry the bulk of the investment in public infrastructure, but we will need to mobilize private sector investment. The key issue is about how do we design an incentive framework that enables private sector investment at that level, but without undermining the capacity of public policy to still drive the logistics network and the entire infrastructure thing. Now, the other problem that we are not resolving in South Africa, perhaps I'm foregrounding my own discussion for tomorrow's meeting at NEDLAC with the Deputy President. The President has been speaking about social compacting, and the DTIC has been speaking about master plans, which are sectoral social compacts. If we don't resolve in South Africa the terrible relationship between labor and business and the state, we will not get any further than where we are. There are concessions that must be made by all these three social partners if we are to get the South African economy going. Of course, this is not necessarily related to competition policy, but there is a relationship that must be negotiated so that the preparedness of different social partners to admit certain technologies into the productive economy must be something that is commonly negotiated. But also business must be prepared to accept that labor will have particular demands about job security that they will want to negotiate as part of the pact of reindustrializing the economy. So I think in summary, the point that I am making is that South Africa's competition enforcement may need to be more dynamic, as I said yesterday, because the frontiers of industrial development and investment are changing. With the advances in artificial intelligence as part of the fourth industrial revolution, the very nature of what a corporate entity is, of what the labor and marketplace looks like, are radically changing. And competition policy has got to try find a way to follow through, or maybe not to catch up, but to develop in tandem with these changes so that we are not shocked over time. And the world is going to keep on changing. It's going to keep on changing every now and again. And some of the assumptions we're operating on the basis of are going to be undermined by developments. For instance, now the opportunity we're sitting on as a consequence of the 2008 financial crash is the recognition by all countries of the world, including the West, that industrial policy has a role to play in recalibrating economic growth, both within national economies and internationally. But the crisis arises when two competing global powers are trying to dictate the terms of industrial policy for the rest of the world. That is where we are going to have to find a niche for ourselves and negotiate how best we maximize that opening up whilst pushing back against the risks that are associated with that. Thank you.
thank you, Deputy Minister. And I think, it is incredible to put together that vision in the short time that you've been in the job. But it certainly helps us. But as you point out, and I think it was raised in the previous panel by Professor Trigena, we have to, as a competition authority, be proactive and stop just being reactive. There will be reactive stuff that we must do, but we have to start being proactive and looking at the economy of the future. Otherwise, we'll find, as we all have, that economy has passed us by. I'm going to move to Tsepiso and the venture capital industry. If we look at the industries of the future, one area we can see where the demand lies is where the venture capital money is moving in the tech industry. And South Africa is one of the big venture capital centers on the continent. It is, of course, small by global standards. But maybe if you could just give us an understanding of where is that venture capital going, what sort of technologies, and so what is likely to be the technological future in South Africa over the next sort of 5 years or so.
Sure. Thank you, James. Am I audible? Yes, I think I am. And thank you very much. And good afternoon to everybody in the room and distinguished panel members. I think maybe let me start off by linking back to some of the opening statements that were made by the Deputy Minister. One of the ones that really caught my attention is when he highlighted that we're going to need private sector investment to meet the demands, our demands for infrastructure, especially in this country. So I thought it's worth mentioning, for example, that if one looks at where private equity capital was invested, 2022, about 50% of that capital was invested in infrastructure and energy-related sectors. In 2023, 36% was energy, which was the most attractive sector for VCs, as well as for PE in general. So I think that's important because it does show that there's definitely appetite by the private sector to meet the demands and the needs that we do face. And it's also, of course, on the back of the context that we're finding ourselves in, specifically within the energy space. So maybe then going to your questions related to where we're seeing the action. And South Africa is a very small part of the global VC environment, but I think it's an important one. Because if one looks at, for example, what has been happening globally within the VC space, between 2022 and 2023, there was the steepest decline globally in VC activity. We saw on the continent as well that our other markets were really suffering in terms of fundraising activity, investment activity, etc. And that's the year when, in South Africa, we actually saw one of our highest fundraising activity, where VCs in South Africa achieved fundraising at about 3.2 billion, the highest we've seen so far. Then if one then tries to unpack where a lot of that investment is going, I think South Africa is not too far off from what we're seeing globally, in that the traditional tech sectors of fintech as well as software remain important. However, in the rest of the globally, we've seen other sectors start to materialize to complement those traditional sectors. So, for example, globally, we're starting to see clean tech come through. We're starting to see e-commerce as well as biotech starting to emerge as quite attractive subsectors. In South Africa, though, VC investment is still concentrated in fintech and software, in essence. So ICT has, of course, remained consistently an important sector for our VCs over a number of years, and we expect that trend to continue. But I think it is important to also mention that outside of ICT, we do see, for example, business products and services also playing an important role. Consumer products and services are also quite an attractive subsector for VC. And biotech as well, or health, is also important. And I think this is a function of legacy investments that were made by the likes of the IDC in the medical devices sector, as well as the DSI in terms of the funds that it launched some years back. So yes, that's really where we're seeing the action at the moment. Yeah.
Thank you. And I know South Africa's coined the phrase at the WTO, digital industrialization. And that is one of the areas in terms of looking at how our trade policy stance, and I hope Ayabonga is still in the room, impacts on our digital industrialization strategy, because obviously there are globally powerful firms in those areas that can also come, and we need to develop our own capabilities. Moving to you, Bridget, the Deputy Minister has sort of forwarded this point, but this idea about not only that there needs to be, I suppose, a compact between business and labor, but also how does the technology be incorporated to also bring along workers as well. And I think we have seen in the transition to the platform economy this whole change in the nature of the firm. We now don't talk about employees, but we talk about supplier partners all of a sudden. And there is a change in the relationship to labor. So I just wanted to get your perspective as a sociologist, how this is playing out, and how, to what the Deputy Minister said, how are we going to bring these two parties together?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think that we know that the platform economy, so a platform, you know what a platform is, of course, everybody uses Uber and Take-A-Lot and whatever. It sees itself not as an employer, right? It sees itself as the infrastructure to provide a marketplace to sellers and buyers to come together, right? But in effect, in the context of many platforms, those who are providing the services look like employees, right? Although they are designated independent contractors. If you think of, so there's different kinds of platforms. If you just take the Ubers and the Sweep South and the Mr. Delivery, those workers who provide those services access the marketplace through an app. The app designates, of course, the app will tell those who are buying their services what is the record, what is the sort of status of that worker on the app. That is managed by algorithmic management, right? So that worker who is now outside of the context of an employment relationship and outside of the parameters of a firm, right? So if we think about competition law, where the firm is a unit of almost the unit, right? Coordination is enabled and allowed within a firm, and outside the firm, that's where we have the issue of competition. Now you have workers outside the boundary of the firm, and yet the conditions under which they're working are very much determined by that app. If they do not answer a call, if they do not answer something that comes up for them, a job, a task, they can be lowered in the algorithmic management for future jobs, right? They're constantly having the app on, right? So working hours suddenly blurs to all times in the day. If you are thinking about business process services, so now not the location-specific platforms, but the ones that are dislocated and workers go on to Amazon Turk, or they go on to Upwork, or and they do very bit-sized pieces of labor for a wider job, right? You have what has been called digital Taylorism, right? So you have the typical tailorist job, which has been fragmented, now dispersed around the world. So that job is very often, you get paid cents. Amazon Turk workers in Kenya who take up those jobs do not get paid in money. They get paid in kind. They get paid in vouchers to spend on Amazon, right? So you have working time, which is blurred. You have wages, which are insecure. You have workers outside of an employment relation and outside of social protection. Those are all the determinants of what a decent job is meant to be, right? The protections under those. You don't have any of those now, I think. And so the platform does, in fact, change the nature of the employment relation and very much increases the insecurity of workers, even as it may produce jobs. And in a context like South Africa, we need jobs. So workers, as we know, if anybody's taken an Uber driver, I'm sure all of you have asked the Uber driver, so why are you driving for Uber? How long have you been? And they'll say there's no jobs. I'm doing this to provide for my family, right? So that is the context. In a context where our unemployment is so high, jobs are necessary. But a sort of question that sociologists are concerned with is not just the number of jobs, but the quality of those jobs and what it means for the reproduction of both this workforce and the next generation of workers.
Thank you, Bridget. And now turning to Thabiseng, I'm going to take your two hats in the transformation agenda, NEF and the BE Council. I think we heard from Tsepiso that private capital is willing to move into where there is demand. That demand has been on private infrastructure. I see that's around sort of broadband, renewable energy. It's also been in the tech industry. But a question, I suppose, is if these are the industries of the future, how transformed are they? And given that apartheid has left the majority without the capital accumulation, are the majority going to be benefiting from the growth? Or are we going to be stuck in a world where the declining industries, the sunset industries, become transformed, and our vision for a transformed economy is defeated as we grow into a new world?
Thank you. A difficult question. I'm not sure if my mic is on. I get the hard question. But I thank you, James, for that question, and a very good afternoon. I think, let me start here and say, when I think about this question about will black people effectively be part of the new industries? Will we see a different set of people owning these industries? And if I look historically, as I ponder, the one thing that I come to is that it was a political decision that brought Europe into Africa to make use of its resources in 1884. If you look back as well, it was a political decision that took the British to make use of our diamonds, our gold, and to build the industries that we see that form part of the mineral energy complex. It was also a political decision that the Afrikaners took later on to ensure they established apartheid to benefit themselves away from the British, but to leave us landless as Africans and to subjugate us under apartheid and incorporate themselves into the economy. It was also a political decision that was taken in 1994 in the form of the Rainbow Nation, where BEE was an option. So you'll note in all these other political decisions, there were no options. It was mandatory, or you were out. It was not enforced to the extent that the structural inequalities of all these political decisions that had been taken historically then led to a reversal of those shortcomings, those structural inequalities, and those market failures, which we are feeling the result of even now. What will it take for those who are excluded to be included is nothing else but a political decision. It is a political decision that will require the African people to be actively participate in the active entrepreneurship in all the subsectors, including Sunset and the new industries that we are talking about. I think as the Advisory Council, what we have done is to put together a report that says we are in full and full acknowledgement of the structural failures of the economy. What we agree, both as the NEF and also as the Advisory Council on BE, is that the free market economy is not going to sufficiently respond to the market failures and the inequalities that are persisting and that haven't been responded to in the last 30 years that we have seen. Therefore, what we have said is that from a legislative perspective, considerations need to be made, and I'm happy that the DM is here because he chairs some very important committees in very important places, which I won't mention. But there must be political decision where the amendments of the BBBE Act enforce, and I want to underline, transformation, not make it a compliance issue or a wish list issue. This is what the BEE Advisory Council is saying across all economic sectors. We are saying that the procurement bill must be finalized in terms of set-asides and the issue of the 80-20 versus the 90-20 principle for pricing yield benefit to our people in the proposed procurement. We are saying that the set-asides should be structurally used, particularly with the public procurement bill and purse. Even in these new industries, communications is a case in point. The department, the spectrum, and other subsets where you can actually transform very decisively and deliberately. But I can tell you it's not going to happen without legislative enforcement and fines for non-compliance and fines for fronting. I think we've reached a point in this country where we are at a precipice of a crisis because we're sitting here, we are all probably going home to homes, having something to eat. We're overfed here. You're probably eating 4 times. There are people that have nothing to eat. There are people with no homes to go back to. They have no jobs. And yet, we're not seeing a very deliberate thrust to change the fundamental flaws that we're seeing. What the NEF has been saying in all these platforms that we get the opportunity to engage is to say, let's collaborate and bring together all the different funds. Let's stop having one fund here, another fund there. Let's synergize these funds. The NEF has a mandate to empower and to transform and to make sure that we sustain, black entrepreneurs. And we are seeing momentum and this gaining traction in the relevant places. So I'm excited if we are able to put monies at a sizable scale in terms of capital to deliberately make sure that significant funding is made available for these new enterprises, new industries, and particularly to the previously excluded or historically disadvantaged persons, we will then begin to see growth happen. We'll begin to see upscale of inclusivity in some of these subsectors we're talking about. But these are requirements and prerequisites for us to see transformation in these subsectors. I think what we have tried to do as the NEF, taking it back to the funding issue, is to fund at a very small level, based on our balance sheet, some battery industry, some app developments, and 1 or 2 that I'll talk to as a case in point. We have to work with black entrepreneurs who struggle to get market access. So usually these guys have maybe a contract with one of the SOEs. I'll talk to a battery manufacturer that has a contract with Transnet, which we funded. We de-risk it by making sure that they have a contract with Transnet that is going to ensure that they have market access so they can repay us. Remember, we've used the collections to fund and finance future entrepreneurs because we have an unfunded mandate. And so it's important for us to continue to look for these entrepreneurs who are innovative. Another example is Creslo Energy, which was a lithium battery manufacturer in Gauteng, similarly in Mpumalanga as well, who had a similar innovative type of a product which we're able to sort of project finance to a certain scale so that we can advance this type of development. And there were young guys I'd like to mention who developed an app for taxi owners. And this was in feasibility stage. And where the NEF is important is that it de-risked by looking at pre-feasibility and feasibility. We invested about 1/3 of the project finance, which is about 10 million for that project specifically. And you have to do this because our people don't have 10 million to put in a feasibility study. And so the NEF then has to do that and ensure that then they test that app in the market, and then you hopefully will make the gains. And it's now in the market, and it's being tested and piloted right now in the Western Cape. So if we don't scale up these type of interventions deliberately so, and finance it, if you think about Funda Beale Park, there's actually a concept of a man called Funda Beale. I actually found this out in my research, who was an Afrikaner, part of the, probably what they'd call now Stellenbosch Mafia, back then, but the concept was to industrialize a part of South Africa around steel, and the IDC was set up to finance that industry, and it's been around for that very reason up until now, but it had a very specific mandate. And so what we need to do, I think, as a country is, what is the very specific sector that we want to develop within these new industries, because we have limited capital and resources. So we've got to look at the game changers that are going to have a multiply effect and affect the most lives and have the most impact. So I think we've got to find what those are, fund these entities like the NEF and others that are going to enable us to advance this development mandate.
Thank you. You certainly rose to the challenge, and I think You know, the Deputy Minister might now realize what we do at competition conferences, which is invite them to lobby. But I think it is important that we have that political support. Now, I think here's the tougher question, which goes to tomorrow, which was, so what of all of this means for competition law? And not just merger control, but you've heard market access, you've heard financial markets, and new industries and the barriers to entry. So what would you take away for the Commission?
Yeah, thanks. Am I audible? Yes. Thanks, James, and good afternoon to the panel. It is a tough act to follow. I think all I can do is start with a joke. So I was reminded this morning when I was preparing for the panel about a joke about economists. Sorry, DM. An economist was asked what was the impact of the French Revolution on growth. And the response was, it's too soon to tell. So in that vein, our chief economist is asking me about the economy of the future, which is obviously an incredibly difficult thing to do. And like a true economist, I think it depends. You know, so we have to do more of some things at some times and less of some things at other times. And I think some of the panels yesterday already spoke about the research and market inquiries as tools to really understand how these markets work and when they get to tipping points. We might need to do more on bid rigging in grid expansion projects or large infrastructure projects that are coming. But we might have to do less in certain markets, like the green energy markets, where there could be a large need for coordination and collaboration to kind of aggregate demand and the likes. So that's the kind of high-level point. What I did think of doing was looking back at our approach to digital markets and taking lessons from that. And interestingly, this was a 10-year story about doing very little for 8 years and then doing everything in 2. So when you think back, we knew that these were new markets. I think there were global conversations, but we started very tentatively, kind of like, how do you slay this dragon? Is it even a dragon? You know, should we be scared? Are our tools good enough? Do we need new tools? And then between 2011 and 2018, the Commission had 87 digital mergers. It's quite a lot. We imposed conditions in 5, and those were public interest conditions. So not access to data, not structural, nothing, public interest conditions in those mergers. Then the pivotal point came in 2019 with the We Buy Cars merger, where we learned important things. I think this was a watershed. One, that our tools can be applied in digital markets. This was a kind of shall I say, an analog theory of harm about the removal of an effective competitor, and it worked in that case because this was a firm that instead of entering a new market, bought its market share, wanted to buy its market share, essentially. And also the theories of harm around two-sided markets that applied in radio stations long ago, I think Simon was here, and in newspapers applied here too. And then we practiced a bit with small mergers. We called for notification of Google, Fitbit, etc., where we got a bit closer to the details of how these conglomerate mergers can work. But then in 2021, we kind of drew a line in the sand and published a position paper to say what we think the competition concerns are in digital mergers and digital markets and what we are going to do. And then we did those things. So we revised the small merger guidelines to take into account the potential for firms to buy digital competitors at an early stage of development. We did the market inquiry into platforms, etc. So I guess the point here is that the learning curve needs to be a bit steeper in these new markets that we know venture capital is going into. We can't take 8 years to do, to kind of decide what we want to do. I'll be quick then on the implications for merger control. And there were really just 3 points I wanted to make. One was about the counterfactual. The second was around kind of benign mergers, the vertical and conglomerate mergers, historically benign. And the third was around the assessment of competition. I think I'll probably not speak about that much. Around the counterfactual, in these new markets, I think the challenge for us is that the status quo ante, so before the merger, is less and less likely to be the relevant counterfactual. So when you look at the extent to which competing technologies constrain each other before the merger, it's less likely to be relevant to how they would have developed in future had the merger been prohibited. And I think one approach of dealing with this is the kind of the balance of harms metric that others have spoken about. But even if a harm seems to be a low probability harm, but if it happens, it's going to have a big impact, and there are limited efficiencies from the merger, then you rather block the merger. I can't, we can't end the conference without talking about Imerys. So we rather prohibit a merger. If we're wrong, it can happen again in future. But if we're right that there's harm and we allow it, then it's impossible to unscramble that egg, right? Then very briefly, conglomerate mergers are going to be more important for us to take a close look at. And yeah, there are actually two interesting points. One, I wanted to tell you about a conglomerate merger in the energy technology space. But the second one was that I think we can discover where we should go by looking at the activity of venture capital, but also of our historic conglomerates. And here an example does help. So we had a small merger in 2021 where Remgro, a Remgro affiliated company, was acquiring an energy trader. So this was a very small company. I mean, it was a very small purchase price. I obviously can't disclose it. But it was a tiny, tiny company it was buying. But it had an important role to play in demand management in the SA Power Pool. So basically it matched demand and supply across the SA Power Pool in energy trading. It did analytics. It could do energy trading, smart metering, load curtailment, and the like. And the idea really was that, or in my understanding of the rationale, here's a conglomerate with tentacles all over the economy. They can see this market is being deregulated. And they can see that in future, what you are going to have to do is balance the dispersed supply from renewable energy producers with demand in centers that are potentially further away. So energy trading is going to become an important point. The licensing also required them to have both, to show NERSA that they had both generation capacity and also had demand. Who better than a conglomerate with some finance, some finance links, and also big industrial stakes in manufacturing, also hospitals, etc., who could then be the offtake, So they could meet those kind of license conditions much better than anyone else. And I think this is one that gives me sleepless nights. Because obviously there's an opportunity there that they saw. We allowed the merger with some time-bound conditions around access to data, but this is now going to be private data going forward. So data about where demand is, where supply is, what the prices of electricity is in these private markets, etc. That's going to be private data, and is this a market that we've kind of prematurely shut off from competitors? I think let me leave it there. I think the tools of analysis is probably something we all know about.
And I think you make a great point about the status quo ante, and I've been telling my team repeatedly, spend more time reading the investor relations reports of the actual companies and probably now the venture capitalist funds to understand where this is going. I mean, moving on just to the geopolitical environment and the political economy, we have seen in this new economy, globally dominant firms. We've seen the evolution of global supply chains, and it's going to impact ourselves. So, Deputy Minister, South Africa has taken a non-aligned movement, and I'm reminded that Minister Tau was not long ago in Washington negotiating AGOA, and he's probably returning now from FOCAC in Beijing. Does this present opportunities or threats for South Africa, and how will those changing global supply chains impact on our domestic economy as well?
This is what I came here for, actually. So I can even close this thing. I'm going to do a bit of a boring thing here, but it's important for context. The geopolitical tension, which centers around the competition between the US and China, presents more opportunities than challenges for South Africa. I think I must make this point categorically so that people can understand But let's give a bit of historical context to what exactly underlies this tension. What's this geopolitical thing about? Now, I did say it will be a history lesson a bit. So two things you must keep at the back of your mind. Two relationships between China and the US personified by their presidents. It's Ronald Reagan in 1980, it's Deng Xiaoping. It's Biden or Trump and Xi Jinping. It depends who's standing there. These are the two polls that you are looking at over a 40-year period. What happened? By 1980, the principal competitor of the United States in geopolitical terms was the USSR, so Russia. And what Deng Xiaoping does, he goes to the United States, he visits them in 1979, he talks to President Carter and says, we are changing course in China. China is open for investment. American companies must come to China. They will do whatever they want to do. What does Reagan do? He rings the bell in the New York Stock Exchange and says, we are deregulating the American economy. American capital is allowed to behave as it wants. What does American capital do? It completely deindustrializes the United States and migrates to China, and therefore China becomes the manufacturing factory of the world. What does that do? It decimates over a 40-year period the American working class, the American middle class. What does American capital do? It deindustrializes, financializes, it concentrates in the stock market. That produces the 2008 financial crash. What does that give you? It gives you a reprieve. Obama is elected at the back of that. But because Obama is unable to sort the underlying structural weakness of the American economy that is being undermined by China's productive capabilities, it leads to the election of Trump. What does Trump do when he gets into office? The first thing he says, make America great again. What does that look like? You bring in tariffs against Chinese manufacturing goods, because what are you trying to do? You are trying to reindustrialize the American economy, which means, and this is the interesting part, so the Chinese industrial economy was built at the back of the United States as its principal market. When China says make America great again, is blocking the access of Chinese goods, it tells you that the Chinese economy now needs a new market because the US market is closed. But at the same time, American capital is in crisis because it has grown at the back of manufacturing in the Chinese economy. When Trump says make America great again, he's also forcing American capital to run back to China. And the wage differential between China and the US remains pretty much there. So they are looking for new areas where they can locate their capital and build productive capabilities at a cheaper rate. So what does that look like? It means countries like South Africa are spoiled for choice to attract both American capital and Chinese capital because these countries have decided that they're blocking each other's access to their respective markets. So what you have is the collapse of the pact of Deng Xiaoping and Reagan, which is producing the tension between President Xi Jinping and Donald Trump. The reason I was saying yesterday, depending on how the US election goes in November, we can debate what opportunities lie. It is because the Democratic Party still sustains the idea that the biggest global competitor of the United States is Russia. But the Republican Party is quite clear that Russia is not their problem. And Trump has been consistently saying as soon as he comes into office, he's going to end the war in Russia and Ukraine. Why? Because the intention is to focus the foreign policy battle of the United States against China. So they are going to increase the trade war, which means there's an opportunity for all of us in the global south to present ourselves as bargaining countries that can attract the best of both industrial capital and markets from both sides. Why is non-alignment good? It's good because if you commit the mistake of strategically aligning with one of the two countries, you then have to carry the baggage of what they're going with. If the attitude is that you must restrict the access of Chinese technology into your economy because you are friends with the US, you are losing out on the technological capabilities of China. If the attitude is that don't work with the United States because you are friends with China, you are losing out on the capabilities of American venture capital, which is what she was talking about. The Americans have an economy that has a capital accumulation rate that is higher. It's highly liquid. They are looking for areas of investment. So if you take an attitude that is extreme against any one of the two, you are losing potential for negotiating a deal that works for your country. But what we then use our non-alignment for, from an economic policy point of view, is a recognition at the same time that South Africa, as she was saying, Utsepiso, we are too small. population size, market size, endowment size, we are too small. But if we look at ourselves as part of a Pan-African strategy, then the equation suddenly looks pretty different. So what we are doing as part of our industrial strategy is what DDG Lerato calls the butterfly strategy. What does the butterfly strategy say? And you have to know this because we'll be doing it more and talking about it more. We are focusing on consolidating the African market. So South Africa must work with the rest of the African continent to consolidate our capabilities, including our manufacturing capabilities at the back of our minerals endowment, and use the rest of the world as the wings of the butterfly, which means we are trying to maximize market access to both the East and the West in the interest of Africa's development and not be dragged into geopolitical tensions that have nothing to do with us. But it's important to understand what underlies the geopolitical tension so that we can be able to recognize the opportunities that are there. They are not likely going to kill each other. They can't afford to bomb each other. If the Chinese, if the United States economy collapses, which is the only point that the US trade representative was making, which is important, the Chinese capital knows that if the US market collapses, then they're in trouble because they are highly invested on that side. In fact, they have the largest stock of US dollars outside the US treasury, so they need that economy to function. But the Americans also know that if the Chinese economy collapses, there's a lot of American industrial capital that is that side which will be in trouble. So they'll keep on gesturing about fighting and fighting. All we have to do is to look at them and say, come this side. They don't like you there. We want you here. What do you want to build? So we want the Chinese to come and help us with technological capabilities in critical minerals manufacturing. That's the conversation that the president is having with them at FOCAC. We have the conversation with the Americans on AGOA because we still need their huge market for the access of our automotive sector, for agricultural goods and so on. We are talking to the Europeans as well because we still need their purchasing power because they have the capacity to buy most of the things that we do, which we cannot consume domestically. So in that context, we are, as you were saying, at an inflection point. It's an inflection point of change that has been playing out for the past 40 years. What the next 40 years looks like and what Africa's opportunity is and South Africa's opportunity at the back of that will be determined on what we do. And non-alignment is our most strategic stance from an economic point of view. It's not just politics of doublespeak, it's a self-interested economic stance that helps us to navigate the geopolitical terrain much better. As a parting shot, I wanted to say all that you said about black economic empowerment, completely agree with you. As South Africa opens itself up to new investments and so on, we cannot abandon the transformational objectives that we have. We need to insist on BEE, not as choice, but as a non-negotiable. And the geopolitical tension actually makes even the major powers and the companies from the major powers to be a little bit vulnerable and more willing to comply because they don't have the leeway they had to go elsewhere with their capital. So we need to do better on that front, and we will do better on that front. And just another point that I thought I must say so that I satisfy the concerns that you were raising. One of the bigger problems we have with funding transformation in BEE is the fact that we look at the balance sheet of each institution. We don't think about it from the vantage point of the balance sheet of South Africa Incorporated, which means transformation can't be the baby of the NEF. Transformation must be the baby of the entire balance sheet of South Africa Inc. That includes the ITC, that includes our pension industry, that includes our banking sector. Anything that is called money in South Africa, it must be consolidated and channeled to pursue outcomes that are consistent with our transformation goal, including the conditions of deployment of venture capital funds as well. They cannot be treated as because it's private capital, it's venture capital, it must do as it pleases. The demands for transformation, including the consolidation of productive investment in labor-absorbing sectors, are demands that must be placed on the table and be negotiated with them as part of the social compacting that we need to do. Thank you very much, James.
Thank you. And I think you have really taken on our conference theme of looking back to look forward. We are getting some excellent history lessons. And I also assume you will then favorably look upon our recommendation coming out of our online inquiry for mandates within the private venture capital industry for transformation, black entrepreneurs and institutional funders as well. So we'll be taking that up with Sidisa, the commissioner at the BEE Commission. I do want to, because you've raised two important points for venture capital, and Sipisa, I want to just draw you in at this point. but the Deputy Minister raised the fact that American capital is looking for places. We know we're one of probably 4 centers for venture capital on the continent, if we're in the butterfly moment of Kenya, Nigeria, and Egypt. We sort of hang around the midpoint, I think. But what is the secret to bringing more of that venture capital in? And can that venture capital help us also expand into the African market with some of the startups and ideas in South Africa? And what might it take to realize that promise of the non-aligned position?
Sure, thanks for that question, James. And DM, and Austin saying, I must assure you, PE is actually setting the bar very high when it comes to transformation and financial services. And this is happening both within the fund managers themselves, and they're even driving it in their actual portfolio companies, where they're asking for DEI plans of those portfolio companies. They're improving the BEE scores. So we're definitely seeing positive shifts there. To your question, James, I think it's important to maybe firstly highlight that venture capitalists bring more than just funding to startups. In that, in the process of investing in those startups, they are bringing specialized skills. They are bringing access into their networks. They are bringing market development. And in fact, we saw this, I think, a lot during COVID. Recently, there was mention of an exit that was made in Quicket. And when one listens to the Quicket story and how it almost shut down during COVID, and how the VC actually had to drip feed capital, allow certain concessions, etc., to get it to where it's at now, where it's now attractive, it then goes to show the importance of VC in really supporting our startups. So your question was how we go about attracting global VC. And you're right, we've seen a lot of interest happening. So in South Africa, around 2022, if one looked at who were the biggest investors in startups, corporates were playing quite a big role. Then in 2023, we started to see global VC co-investing alongside our own VC managers. So what we're seeing a lot of now from a capital point of view is that capital is coming from both local VC, but with global VCs also co-investing alongside them. And that's important to mention because there's really only 2 entry points in my mind for global VC into our own startups. It's either the startup finding way to proactively go and engage with that VC in their own local domain, which, I mean, that's constrained, right? Because not a lot of startups can do that. And also they would have to go through quite a number of hoops to be able to go and have a conversation with a VC who is in Silicon Valley, because the reality is that those VCs are really looking at their own market a lot of the time. The other way is through co-investment, like I say, where they then are investing alongside local VCs. And if one then thinks about what is needed for those startups, I think we have first to say, what is a VC looking for when they put money in them, right? They are looking for example at things like what is the potential of that startup to scale? What is the market size of that startup? What has been that growth performance of that startup? And what are its potential exit opportunities? So exits both locally as well as to global investors. So in then, against that background, we then have to say, in enabling startups to grow, we have to think about the extent to which they have access to capital, which actually is really a problem right now. Because as much as we've got a growing ecosystem, the reality is that startups are still constrained in terms of their access to capital. And they are constrained because VC in SA is still highly, highly minute. And VC is highly, highly minute because the trillions in pension fund capital, very little of it is going into VC. So one must just follow the capital in that sense. So they need access to capital. And when we say access to capital, it's local and international, but local is important because we know that, for example, during the tough times, there's capital flight. So it's important that we develop local capital markets for our startups so that they don't experience that high level of volatility. However, we do still need the technical assistance that come then from the global investors. What startups also need is an enabling regulatory environment. I mean, we know this because they need to be able to operate in an environment that is not fragmented. They need to be able to scale. They need to be able to go where the market opportunities are, but of course, while we still make sure that the benefits are retained in South Africa as well. So there's a balance that needs to be struck there. They need skills, technical skills. They also need an even playing field where they're not being treated the same as large entities. So in my mind, some of the work that needs to do is deepen local capital, but it is also to go beyond what we are currently seeing as far as corporates involvement in startups is concerned, where it's currently limited to BEE and CSI type projects. So we need to get to a point where corporates, we're bridging the gap between our large corporates and startups, because that's really where they can drive their innovation. They're not going to do it in their big monstrous structures. They can really achieve that innovation that they need to disrupt, etc., through the startups. Yeah.
No, thank you. And I think it's interesting, I mean, your point about looking to scale, and that's always my understanding of venture capital is rounds of funding and the idea of scaling. But if global capital is coming in looking to how they can scale a startup in South Africa through Africa to other markets, then that is probably a recipe for growth and building a tech industry in a small open economy.
Absolutely, it is. But what we must also remember is that, firstly, when global capital comes, a lot of the time, they even have a view that South Africa is too developed. So first we have to then work around that and helping them understand the opportunities, etc. But secondly, they also want to see the ability of our own startups to grow, not just in our country, but beyond our own borders. So that becomes important as well, to think through how there can be an enabling environment to enable them to scale on the continent. The third thing is that those global investors will also ask why there isn't follow-on investing locally. But that follow-on investing can't happen if our own VCs are too small.
No, thank you. Moving to Bridget, and to go back to a term which also has a lot of history, the International Division of Labor. And there's a lot of fear of the new tech, arguing that this will destroy jobs. But I think what we do see is that there's actually an enormous amount of jobs in tech, both in either building the robotics, policing social media platforms, and a lot of those jobs don't reside in South Africa. We have maybe more of the more menial jobs that you talked about earlier. So from your perspective, is there that dynamic, is that something that can change, or is going to remain a challenge for South Africa? And what are the implications for our own workforce?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I'm going to give you some statistics from the ITC. This is from the UNCTAD 2019 report. China and the US account for 40% of the total value added in the ICT sector. They account for 75% of the patents relating to blockchain technologies. They account for 50% of global spending on the Internet of Things. They account for 90% of market capitalization value of the world's 70 largest digital firms. Europe's share is 4%. Africa and Latin America combined is 1%, right? So this is clearly a globally concentrated sector, right? And I think that is absolutely, and it speaks to Tshepiso's comments and interests, I think. I think one of the absolutely critical things is to think very precisely that it's not just about attracting investment, right? It's about really thinking about So it's not just thinking about supply chains, it's about thinking about global value chains and where precisely is value located along those global value chains. And for my concern, not just what capital is doing, but also, and this is, I think, absolutely critical, we've spoken about a number of indexes of inclusion over the last, at least today when I have been here. And workers are also an absolutely central location of inclusion, right? Not just capital and not just consumers. And so if you think about the value along global value chains, then you have to think about what proportion is accruing to workers as well. And I think that's the absolutely critical question. So policies that attract venture capital are absolutely critical, that locate that value in South Africa. Policies that say, great, the US can contribute this and China can bring in that, also have to take into consideration what is the nature of those investments and what does it mean for, again, the quality of the jobs, right? We know that in tech, in Africa, not just South Africa, in Africa are the lower and the menial jobs, right? They're the click farms where workers are identifying, this is a stop sign. They are training the robots, right? Or even worse, they are identifying what is pornography, right? Or what is an offensive image, right? Because the computers can't do that. And they sit day in, day out, women, workers across Africa, identifying that, right? So I do think it's absolutely central to bring labor into, labor is in these discussions, but to bring the quality of jobs into those, because the new international division of labor, as defined from the 1960s, which was the outsourcing of production, right? It is restructuring in ways that continue to reproduce the forms of concentration in capital.
Now, we are running out of time, and I've been given warnings already, which I'll choose to ignore. Thabiseka, I now want to go to your other hat, which is you have had a lot to say in the past on capital markets and where they put their money. I think you focused a lot on how much they put into infrastructure, but Sipiso has raised another point right now, which is, are they putting it into venture capital rather than property stocks? And I suppose my question is, are our capital markets fit for purpose, given, we also heard from the Deputy Minister, we need to draw in the funding. The state can bring some, but we need to draw in. So are they fit for purpose? And is it going to, at risk of, in a sense, increasing the concentration as large institutional investors take up all these opportunities with vast cross-shareholdings as well?
I'm going to align to your time pressure. I'll heed, so I'll be quick on this one. But I think that the DM has started the discussion here just by introducing the concept that transformation is not an issue of a DFI. It's an issue of the entire financial architecture. So if we look at the South African ecosystem in terms of finance, the financial deepening that has happened in South Africa is astronomical compared to other global counterparts in all the asset classes. And I'm just going to show you a little bit of numbers. From a commercial banking assets, South Africa's, and I'm not going to mention nominal numbers here, I'm going to mention them as a percentage of GDP so that you can compare them to other parts of the world. Our commercial banking assets, and I'll tell you the value now, in the 60s and 70s, the value was between 60 and 70% of GDP. And that was astronomical. You had Barclays at the time, you had Volkskus, which is now Absa, and a couple of other big players, which have changed now. It's peaked in 2008, before the financial crisis, to 120% of GDP. That's globally leading. Where is it now? It's at 110%. And I think that's a sign, James.
I applaud the MC for the innovation.
It's at 110% these last 2 years. How much is that? Our banking assets are sitting at 7.3 trillion. How much of that is going to enterprise development, or what we call private sector credit extension, is abysmal. Most of it is going to government bonds and bills, an allocation to mortgage or loan finance for cars. But if you look at the extent to which it goes to private sector credit extension, it's very minimal. And I think this is where we need to look at how do we encourage investment into these. I think it's a technical issue. The second aspect I want us to look at when we look at the capital markets from this 7.3 trillion is the pension funds. Globally, our pension funds have risen from, in the time when the PIC, if I use the PIC as an example, it's risen from 500 million to over 2.7 trillion in the space of the time since inception. This is one fund. The Government Employee Pension Fund is the one fund that is managed by the PIC, amongst others, but more than 92% of the allocation to the PIC is from the GEPF. Now, if you can use the GEPF, its investment mandate for development, we are now talking making use of capital markets for transformation. Most of the Asian economies that transformed their economies, they didn't rely on the banking system alone. And I think this is where we make a mistake. They actually had a combination of either the development banks, Asian Development Bank, Chinese Development Bank. South Africa's Development Bank is mainly the Development Bank of Southern Africa and also the IDC. And you look at this balance sheet, the NEF is not even a 20th. In fact, the balance sheet of the IDC is not even a 20th of one of the commercial banks. And if you look at the IDC in relation to the NEF, we're not even a 0% in terms of scale and size, in terms of balance sheet. But if you look at the pension assets and you begin to tap into those, we can then start to have a discussion about real money. You were talking about money. The money is in the capital markets. And I think that we've got to re-engineer how we talk about development. If we are talking about real development finance, it means that we would enable access to the large majority of entrepreneurs from the DFIs. And this means that you've got to re-engineer the pricing, you've got to re-engineer the access and the collateral requirements so that cheaper finance is made available quicker, but to those people that need it the most. And I think if we are to do this, it means that these financial sector partnerships amongst these, because South Africa is one of the biggest as a proportion of GDP. It's exceeding, various other big countries like India. Our banking assets to GDP is bigger than India's, bigger than Thailand's. And I'm talking about developed economies that are much more in scale and size. The last point I want to make here is that if we are talking about these non-banking financial assets and capital markets in a specific way to drive development, I think we need to stress the point of using, because immediately when 1994 came, again I go to legislation, we had something called prescribed assets, and it's something that asset managers and fund managers and non-banking financial institutes don't want to talk about. But you don't actually have to prescribe. Prescription means that a certain portion of the balance sheet of these fund managers was allocated to infrastructure. They didn't have a choice. But now, when we came in 1994, they actually developed groundwater. They developed the electricity supply. Eskom was developed on the back of pension assets, not the state alone. It was pension assets that was mandatory invested into these vehicles. If you look at even the municipal and other infrastructure in provinces, it was the pension fund. So you don't have to prescribe, because there are vehicles and instruments in infrastructure that actually generate cash flow and returns that are lucrative, and the capital that is looking for investment and returns elsewhere would find in these places. But you've got to have project prep, you've got to have teams that you develop in your DBSAs, in your infrastructure funds and the other vehicles, and you've got to have entrepreneurs that you build that actually have ideas and ideation that you line up so that you can put this money in them and then they partake in this African dream that we have. But I think it cannot happen without deliberate action by the state. So the state has to integrate and coordinate. And I'm seeing a big thumbs up. And so I'll take that.
I was actually saying to Ayabonga Chawe, this is the point that I am constantly beaten up about in the media. And Thabiseng is retreating. There's nothing wrong with prescribed assets. Don't retreat. It's part of the conversation. We need access to the entire pool of South African capital. Let me just show you how bad the situation is, actually, by comparison. South Africa is in a peer group with Sweden in terms of its pension fund assets. Which means we're pitching very high on our pension fund assets. But in economic, okay, let me put it this way. The capitalization of our stock market, of our capital markets, we're positioned 14 globally. But the position of the economy is number 39. So there's a disconnect between our GDP performance and the liquidity of our capital markets. It tells you that we have a high financialization problem. If you think about the percentage of our capital markets to GDP, it's actually sitting at 350%, the entire thing. Where is China sitting? China is sitting somewhere next to 50% of GDP. So the Chinese economy outperforms the Chinese capital markets. The United States, still the same thing. They are below South Africa. They are sitting at just about a little bit of 100%, so they are balanced out. So in terms of how the structure of the economy looks, our financial markets are extremely liquid, but the articulation of capital allocation is where the problem comes in. That is what merits the discussion about using the entire balance sheet of South Africa Inc. It includes essentially pension funds. And if we don't do that, we'll keep on believing that we're capital starved when we are not. The point that Tsepiso was making, we need to protect the South African economy from capital flight. The best way to do that as well is to maximize using local capital, and most of which is concentrated in our pensions industry. That discussion is important because if we don't get into it, the circulation of pension assets in South Africa is within the top 100 of JSE-listed companies. And if you look at the profile of most of them, they are not in productive industry in the economy. It's MTN, it's telecom. Look at the PIC. The PIC is the largest shareholder of almost any major company in South Africa. What are those? If you look at the shareholding of MTN, the PIC is at the top. You go to any other tech company, the PIC is at the top. But on the companies that require real capital for real production, the PIC is nowhere to be seen. Why? Because I have a radical view. This is not a government policy. This is my theoretical proposition so that people don't misquote me. Pension funds are national assets. They are not private assets for pension fund holders. The discussion about them must be a national development conversation. It is unsustainable that South Africa has a high unemployment problem, a high poverty employment, but we have a high liquidity of our capital markets, but we don't know where the capital is going. We need this discussion, and we need the leadership of the DFIs as well to step up and have this conversation about how to recalibrate their balance sheets as well by being allowed access to the pension industry. If we don't have that conversation and we're all cowards, then we will end up being marched out of these comfortable seats by the 100 people that are across the M1 in Alexandra. Thank you, James.
No, thank you, and certainly, as someone who's building a pension, I agree. Let's put that into the future of our children and our country. And I think you mentioned Ibonga, but the last panel seemed to have a heavy religious theme going through, but maybe his point about being holier than thou and being more pious than the Pope is something we should take across to capital markets and pension funds too. Tomorrow, I have someone behind me, no doubt, waiting. Any last comments from you for competition law?
Not really about competition law. Just the thing about workers, I think the one thing to also remember is that wages are often seen as this kind of drain, I think, on economic activity, which is weird to me because they are part of GDP. So we're not talking about something that is unrelated to growth. It's a distributional question, right? That's the one point. And I think the second one I wanted to make was around this issue of transformation. The one way you're not going to attract money, whether it's from venture capital or anything else, is by having more than 30% unemployment, by having 90% of the economy excluded, 90% of the population excluded from the economy, and also watch your pension fund grow if you allow Eskom to collapse, for example. So, so saying things like we shouldn't be using our pension money to support whatever they are, like state-owned companies, I think it's a blinkered approach. Yep. So these are also my views, please, not the Competition Commission. But maybe to close off on a slightly more kind of competition related point, the idea about looking to the African market, yes, it's a good one, but we're already behind. There are companies, South African companies, who are integrating the region, and what they are doing is shaping these markets to their will. So you've got the commodity traders, the agricultural firms, who are investing from input supply through to food processing and controlling each aspect of that value chain. And what that does is it forms the term for inclusion or exclusion of small farmers across the SADC region, for example. So we are late, I think, as competition authorities, and we also cannot look at these as national problems. They're regional, they cross boundaries, and so should we in our thinking.
Thank you. And I had billed this as saving the best for last, and I would hope you all agree that was quite an incredible panel discussion and incredible panelists. So please give them a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, James, just in the nick of time. I think the take home from that conversation is what the Deputy Minister is telling you is don't withdraw your 2 pots. We need that to rebuild the economy. And so keep your 2 pots, it might save us. So I'm not going to say anything much because the responsibility of closing the event is left to the Commissioner of the Competition Commission to do that. And with those last words, I'd like to thank everyone for being such a great audience. And just one small announcement that the exception is the organizers of this event have dipped into their 2 pots and decided to organize a cocktail event for everyone because you've been such a fantastic crowd. So the cocktail event is going to happen immediately after the session is done at the clubhouse. As I understand it, there are ushers outside who are going to take you there. I was told the direction, but I'm horrible with that. So there'll be people out there who will assist you with that. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello. Thank you, dear. To Ofense and Kali, I promise I'm not taking long. But I just have to observe protocol and do all of that. So Deputy Minister Zuko Godlimpi, Deputy Minister Andrew Whitfield, Chairperson of the Competition Tribunal, the Deputy Chair of the Competition Tribunal, heads of agencies, deputy commissioners, and all of them, government representatives here present. I did say I was going to specifically mention the DG of DTIC because I'm taking her time, international guests, other heads of agencies of the DTIC group, employees of the competition authorities here present, ladies and gentlemen. We are at the end of 2.5 days of the conference, which actually started with a one-day academic program on 3 September. So I don't plan to take too much of your time. Kali and Ofense have instructed me, but what I thought I should do was to thank all of you for your contribution to the success of this conference and the success of the competition authorities over the past 25 years, and to highlight some of the main outcomes, I think, or some of the key themes we have observed in this conference over the past 3 days. Over the past 3 days, we have engaged in what I think are robust discussions, exchanged invaluable insights, and collectively envisioned the future of economy that develops in a more inclusive manner and that is to the benefit of all South Africans, and using all economic tools that are available to the country, be it competition law, trade policy, industrial policy. And that is not just for within our borders, but also continentally and globally. It is truly a privilege for us as competition authorities to receive insights and feedback from our stakeholders, as we have done in the last few days. It did feel a bit like a performance appraisal in the public domain, but we do value these insights because what they do is they become discussions and a springboard to the discussions that we have internally and with the DTIC as we shape the future of our interventions into the economy. I want to extend my deepest thanks and gratitude and the gratitude of the competition authorities to all our participants, speakers, moderators, and panelists, whether they were here with us in person or online. Your deep discussions and insight have enriched our discussions and have made this conference a resounding success. And I think we need to give you a very big, warm round of applause for that. A special word of thank you to the Honorable Minister Pakstau, who in his absence requested the DM Godlimpi to come and deliver a message to us. And that message, DM, it set the tone for the deliberations that came, that followed through. I must also then take this opportunity, as I do my thanks, to thank the staff of both the Competition Commission and the Competition Tribunal. To Ofentse, Kali, and Iteboheng, thank you for a sterling job in directing the work of the conference in the past 2 days. It was quite remarkable watching you take on your leadership role and keep us to our time. Thank you very much. To the technical team, Yonga Manjisani, who led the ERB team for directing the program, its content, and dealing with all the invited guests. It was more a tail wagging the dog in the sense that they were at times dictating to me who should be in what plenary were. Thank you very much. In fact, your hard work has paid off, and we've seen in the nature and the type of discussions and insights we've seen here. I really, really thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the technical team and logistics team, which were led by Iteboheng Palare and the communication team, thank you very much for project managing this whole process right up to the end, including what I didn't know was happening. I wondered who is paying for the cocktail, but I'm told we now have a cocktail, and you are all invited. Thank you very much for all of that. Just to speak about some few themes, I think that I think is quite key to not forget as we move on, and I know we are all tired, but these are some of the key themes I think for us that emerged. We started, as I say, with a DM reminding us of the 3 strategic priorities of the 7th administration, being driving an inclusive growth, job creation, reducing poverty, and building a capable and ethical and developmental state. And DM, I loved the idea of what an ethical state is. It's not just about not having corruption, but making sure that the resources we are using for the benefit of the people of South Africa. These priorities underpin our government agenda and the role that competition policy and other economic policies must play in achieving these goals. The call for collaboration, especially between government agencies and departments to address issues such as infrastructure, unemployment, economic transformation, was clearly echoed across all sessions we had. We heard that from the chair of the portfolio committee, emphasizing the need for a coordinated effort to tackle these long-standing challenges. One of the key ones for me has been there is a need for a discussion and collaborations between the Competition Commission, the Companies and Intellectual Property Commission, the DTIC, and the National Department of Health to look at our patents registration system. It's one of those key efforts that we need to be looking in a sector that affects the poorest of the poor, but also affect funding of health. Additionally, the discussions highlighted the Commission's work in targeting those sectors of the economy that affect low-income households that navigate an exclusionary market. Therefore, a contribution from all of us that contribute to poverty alleviation using competition policy as a tool. The 2019 amendments to the Competition Act have played a pivotal role in shaping competition enforcement, particularly regarding the abuse of dominance and promotion of fairness in the markets. But there's still a lot of work that we can do in using the amendment, in addressing concentration and ensuring that the economy remains competitive. Several panelists called for more advocacy initiatives, impact studies, and increased participation from competition practitioners to ensure that there is effectiveness in our intervention as we go into the market. Looking forward, we are developing a 5-year strategy that will prioritize sectors impacting the drive into inclusive economic growth and looking at those sectors that impact low-income consumers. Our work in this regard is not only reactive, but it is proactive and anticipates the future needs of our economy, and especially looking into those markets, new markets that you spoke about, DM and James. Let me turn to another theme that has emerged, and that is South African competition authorities' increased visibility on the African continent. As Africa moves towards a greater economic integration, our role as competition regulators on the continent is expanding. And I take the challenge that as we engage in the AfCFTA and other regional initiatives, there is a demand to ensure that we enforce competition law domestically, but also continentally, so that as we expand the markets, we expand them in a more competitive manner. Our growing visibility within the continent position us to lead in fostering cooperation and coherent and predictable competition law jurisprudence. This work is already underway, as Francis explained yesterday, having been led by the DC Hadin Rachisusu as the chair of the competition committee that negotiated the protocol. I think the resounding call from this conference is for even greater cohesion and unity in developing country voice. The last theme I'm going to talk about is the intersection between competition law and constitutional principles. And I think one of the points that emerged from this morning session is that we must carefully not reduce this relationship to a matter of public interest alone. In fact, what the Constitutional Court said in Mediclinic was to locate constitutional issues within the competition assessment, not in the public interest assessment, but the competition standard, legal standard, as we assess it. And I think this is very important, and it reminds me of a say that Professor Aleno likes to say, in quoting Albert Einstein, and this is to say, whether you can observe a thing or not depends on the theory you use. It is the theory that decides what can be observed. And the point is, how we frame our legal approach, or our approach more broadly, will determine what outcomes we see, and more importantly, how we seek to address these issues in the future. Therefore, the more we develop frameworks for locating constitutionalism within the substantive competition assessment, the more likely it is that we will achieve outcomes that are cognizant of our constitutional imperative. These themes, in my view, and I know in the view of all competition authorities and employees, are not just theoretical. They have practical implication for how we engage with competition law and policy and other policies in the future. These conversations we've had over the past 3 days will inform our work in the months, years, and decades to come. And we continue refining and implementing our policies that promote fairness, inclusivity, and economic growth. Let me conclude by saying that the success of this conference has not only been in the debates that took place on stage, but also in some of the exchanges that have happened outside during the breaks, at some of the evening events that we have seen people not wanting to go home. So as we move forward, let us continue to work together to protect and promote competition and ensure that our economy serves the needs of all South Africans. And I wish to thank you all and wish you all safe travels. And for those who are traveling far and beyond, please travel safely, and we look forward to your continued collaboration with us. I thank you.